Happy New Year. Good morning, all of us. Is an honor for me to be joining you today, and I'll trying to attempt to wear the shoes of the PS who was supposed to be here to read a speech and probably give us some guidance. I don't know whether I'm going to fit into those shoes. And before, I want to use a different approach. When I look at this room, I listened to the way we were introducing ourselves. I can't remember the last time I was in a group with so many engineers, the professors and professionals. So when I start here, let me refer to you as experts. Even if I don't mention your institution, I refer you as experts, and once in a while I make a mistake as a human being, I call you participants. For all of us who are here and the team that is actually using the tool that we decided to start using because of COVID, I want to take this opportunity and say, first thing is, us in the administration, in the ministry, we recognize the good things, the expert teams that we have in the KEBS, and we appreciate that. The team from Australia, the co-convener, with a very big name, which us from the mountain might not be able to pronounce. You've just been invited to visit. Other than doing what you're doing as an expert here, be a social person. The national park is just a meters away, but just a few meters away. Co-convener, Prof. We are grateful. And you mentioned since 2011, you've been pushing with this team. It doesn't mean that 10 years, 11 years, 14 years are too many. And it reminded me when you said when you started, there's something I've just seen talking about fishermen, how they do their works. It doesn't mean that you've been working all those time. There's nothing that has not been happening. We know the processes, how it goes, and what it takes to come up with the standards. However, there are challenges that go with them. Why I said I want to use a different approach is the last time I was heading a directorate full of engineers. When I was appointed to lead them, I had an issue. I was feeling that they are going to give me a lot of headaches, but I came to realize the best team to work with is engineers. The only problem with engineers is if you tell them 1 + 1 does not add to 2, or you give them some pieces of paper, you tell them to put them together, they use dimensions, figures, and so once in a while it's good to sit with them. So the approach I'm saying I want to use here is I want to avoid reading the speech because I'm dealing with the experts. And the good thing is when you are given chance to act in an office, you go with the powers that goes with that office. When you make a decision, so you hold by it. So let me not read the speech. Will you allow me not to read the speech? Because there are things that I have heard. You have said it. And I want to take advantage of this time that we have, because I heard we started 30 minutes behind the schedule. Probably I was the cause. I got lost on the way. I think he is catching up with me, Bona Director. I went looking for him in his office. And it's my first time to be in Boma, so I didn't even know where Boma was. So I looked for him, I called him, he could not take the phone. I'm sorry for that. Now, the participants and the experts, what are standards for? When I led, I've tried to go through the document I was given here and the work of KEBS. KEBS, you have a lot to do. And having been the government the number of years I've had, and having the experience that I have had what goes with KEBS, and from the time I went to the State Department for Industry, you have a lot to do. And the good thing is, when we are developing these standards, I would say I'm very happy because the provisions of the constitutions of our Kenya are followed. Public participation, or the part of the experts, because this is part of public participation before we take it outside. And I'll tell you, we are very happy of what you do, but once in a while, even the best person, even a professional, sometimes you might make some assumption, then the results does not add up to what you do. Then there are the dynamics that goes with the life that makes things to change. That you can do your dynamics here, you do your modeling and say probably in the next 2 years, when you use this standard, this is likely to come. For those who are as old as some of us are, who knew today we'll be talking about the i4? Look at the cars we are driving is about standards. Who knew that one time, 10 years ago, that us here seated here, that there would be a car, the Tesla, that will be programmed to be sent to Mombasa to deliver a certain letter and come up with another letter? Did we know that? But we had the standards for specific vehicles, and we see. So that is about the dynamics of life. What I would ask or request, and I would know, we've had those discussions when we sit with the administration and the ministry, is what can we do to change the time it takes to develop one standard and make it sustainable? And if you look at the sustainability we are looking here, it's how long it will take. But if you look at where we are and you project where we shall be in 2021, I'm saying the year 2021 is about 100 years to come. The standards for us, the standards that we have made this pen, this is a big pen, big. Do you think in the 2021 we'll be using this? How many of us today are using like a typing machine that you used to do? So when you are looking at standard, we shorten the time that it takes, because the technologies that we are using today, you find a technology lasting 5 years and is still in use. Is it? Are we there? Look at the cars that, the easiest thing to look at is one, look at the phone. This country of ours, I think we started using our phones in the first time I saw a mobile phone was 1998. But it was not in Kenya. Most of us, 202, what? What phone were you using then? What phone are we using today? So if you look at the standards, you said Covina, Prof, 2011. The phone you are using, 2011. The phone you're using today. And we've not finished doing some standards. One. So we need to see where we need to adjust on time it takes to come up with standards, a specific one. Because by the time you are through with this, if it is this phone, I'll give you an example. I had a machine like this, 2012. Yours is 2012. 2013 if it is older. Today it's not being supported, this machine. It collapsed. If you use iPhone, because this is Apple, see within 3 years, you are being told it's not being supported. What do we do with standards? Anyway, that is one. Item number 2. The people who are supporting us, because all of us are supporting one another. I want us to encourage ourselves. We keep supporting ourselves, we keep supporting KEBS, we keep supporting the government, that will come up with the expectation that the Kenyans would want. With that, I think I've used a different approach, and I don't want to take a lot of your time. The honor was given by the director and the MD of KEBS to tell you that what you are doing, you do it with the permission. So I want to say this workshop is formally opened. So you can now formally shout professionally so that you end up achieving the objective that brought you here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, representative of PS, and for gracing the occasion and officially opening this workshop. As the PS representative mentioned, I think you've given the challenge to all of us here in the room to do three things. And those three things you've mentioned are properly aligned with the ISO goals. One of them is to have standards delivered when the market needs them. That means that we need to shorten the time that we deliver those standards. The second thing that you've challenged us is for the standards to be used everywhere, which means we have to make the standards also relevant and accessible to the many users that require them. And finally, is for the standards to meet the global needs. Thank you very much, representative of the PS, and we are very glad that this workshop is officially opened, and we have the blessings from the government to run this workshop formally, as well as the technical committee work that will continue in the next days. When I look at the program, we finished the opening session, and I think we are in time now. We need to take a group photo, and I allow the mother to lead that session. We need to get the guidance on where to take the group photo, and then we shall have a very short break for tea for those who did not take the tea, and then we embark in the main discussion.
Okay, thank you, Director Rukorito, for steering that session very well. And as Director Rukorito has said, the next step now is we need, is it called a memorabilia or what? Something to remind us that we were here. Let me thank Director Adan for ably representing. Let them use the right batteries for the mics. Yes. So I was saying I am thanking Director Adan for ably representing the MD, Madam Esther Ngari, and giving those very challenging words together with Director Wahome. You have really challenged this team because I don't know whether Prof. It took from 2011 to 2016 discussing that particular I know I've been involved in standards development, and I know it's not a simple task. So we have a challenge from our ministry that we need to develop standards faster than that. As KEBS, Director Wahome, we were doing standards in more than even 1 year. Now we are coming down from 18 months to 15 months to do a national standard. You know, it's different from international standards, because international standards, you have so many stakeholders with diverse backgrounds, diverse thinking and all that across the globe, for us to reduce from, now it's 30, Director is 30 what? 36 months. So to reduce, I think co-convener and convener, we are being challenged. Can we come down from 36 months to something lower? In Kenya, I'm saying we are coming down to 15, and we have a push to come down to 1 year, 12. So we are gradually shifting from 30-something months to 18 months, 15 months. Now the next target will be 12 months. But you know, there's the Hooke's law, which says there is a point you reach now, you cannot stretch further, because that will not be a standard anymore. So when we reach that level, we may not be able to go to 0 months to develop a standard. There is that level where we have now to accept. This is the acceptable threshold to develop a standard. So your challenge has been taken, and I believe the team here, including the TC members, they have had that challenge from the ministry, and we are going to take it up. So at this juncture, unfortunately, we will not have a group photo including the people online, because if we were to have it including the people online, we could have had it here so that we have them on the screen. But unfortunately, we are going to go downstairs, have the photo, come back. We have a tea break. Dr. Shi, I told you we are going to eat. Today we are going to eat a lot. We already started eating. We are eating again, and we will eat again and again before dinner. So we are eating 3 more before we go for supper. So there's a lot of eating we are going to do to keep us energized. So I'll request everybody. I believe, Faith, our gadgets are savior. Yes, so we'll leave what you have. But if you are don't feel comfortable, you can carry. But I can assure you, you can leave them here. I've been to the Boma. I've had workshops here, conferences here, and I've never had incidences of people losing their valuables. So we leave them here. We go downstairs. We will find the place arranged for us to have the photo. Take the shortest time possible. We should not take more than 20 minutes together with the tea. Faith? 25. The 5 for the photo, the 20 for the tea. So what time, according to your watch, Faith, should we be back? What? If we say 25, you know that is 52. So we should be here 8 minutes to 11 to start the next session. Yes. Welcome for the photo session, photo shoot, and the tea or the snacks break. Let's go downstairs. Let's try to hurry so that we don't delay the people who are online. Welcome. Let's just go downstairs.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa, Kenya yetu hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure, and innovate for a sustainable future.
Jambo.
Today, KEBS plays a critical role in achieving SDG 9, promoting sustainable industrialization, resilient infrastructure, and innovation in Kenya. From the food we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development, KEBS sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards that have made the Made in Kenya a mark of trust and excellence. Together we build a nation that is committed to sustainable growth and quality.
In agriculture, KEBS ensures that every product reaching your table is safe and meets global standards for sustainability and quality. Kenyan farmers now export globally with confidence, knowing our standards represent trust and innovation.
KEBS empowers industries to adopt cutting-edge technologies. We set standards that drive sustainable industrialization and global competitiveness.
In construction, every road, bridge, and building adheres to standards that promote resilience and sustainable infrastructure. In healthcare, standards ensure that every hospital and clinic provides safe, reliable care, meeting both local and international benchmarks.
Let us celebrate our people. They are the heart of KEBS. Their dedication and commitment ensures standards foster innovation and protects the future of Kenyan industries.
As Kenya grows, so do our standards. KEBS ensures that every product, whether local or global, meets the highest standards for sustainability, quality, and innovation. Standards are the backbone of Kenya's innovation, driving clean energy solutions, modern infrastructure, and sustainable industrial growth in line with SDG 9. The next 50 years depend on our commitment to standards that inspire trust, drive innovation, and secure Kenya's future prosperity. Let's celebrate 50 years of standards. Let's celebrate KEBS. Let's celebrate a Kenya that thrives on quality and innovation.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa, Kenya yetu hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure, and innovate for a sustainable future.
Jambo.
Mic check 1 2.
Today,
1 2
KEBS
3.
plays a critical
3, 2,
role in
1.
achieving SDG 9,
Kwaje Gibi?
promoting sustainable industrialization,
Kofiti? Oh,
resilient
oh,
infrastructure,
oh, so.
and innovation in Kenya. From the food we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development, KEBS sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards that have made the Made in Kenya a mark of trust and excellence. Together we build a nation that is committed to sustainable growth and quality.
In agriculture, KEBS ensures that every product reaching your table is safe and meets global standards for sustainability and quality. Kenyan farmers now export globally with confidence, knowing our standards represent trust and innovation.
KEBS empowers industries to adopt cutting-edge technologies. We set standards that drive sustainable industrialization and global competitiveness.
In construction, every road, bridge, and building adheres to standards that promote resilience and sustainable infrastructure. In healthcare, standards ensure that every hospital and clinic provides safe, reliable care, meeting both local and international benchmarks.
Let us celebrate our people. They are the heart of KEBS. Their dedication and commitment ensures standards foster innovation and protects the future of Kenyan industries.
As Kenya grows, so do our standards. KEBS ensures that every product, whether local or global, meets the highest standards for sustainability, quality, and innovation. Standards are the backbone of Kenya's innovation, driving clean energy solutions, modern infrastructure, and sustainable industrial growth in line with SDG 9. The next 50 years depend on our commitment to standards that inspire trust, drive innovation, and secure Kenya's future prosperity. Let's celebrate 50 years of standards. Let's celebrate KEBS. Let's celebrate a Kenya that thrives on quality and innovation.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa, Kenya yetu hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure, and innovate for a sustainable future.
Jambo.
Today, KEBS plays a critical role in achieving SDG 9, promoting sustainable industrialization, resilient infrastructure, and innovation in Kenya. From the food we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development, KEBS sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards that have made the Made in Kenya a mark of trust and excellence. Together we build a nation that is committed to sustainable growth and quality.
In agriculture, KEBS ensures that every product reaching your table is safe and meets global standards for sustainability and quality. Kenyan farmers now export globally with confidence, knowing our standards represent trust and innovation.
KEBS empowers industries to adopt cutting-edge technologies. We set standards that drive sustainable industrialization and global competitiveness.
In construction, every road, bridge and building adheres to standards that promote resilience and sustainable infrastructure. In healthcare, standards ensure that every hospital and clinic provides safe, reliable care, meeting both local and international benchmarks.
Let us celebrate our people. They are the heart of KEBS. Their dedication and commitment ensures standards foster innovation and protects the future of Kenyan industries.
As Kenya grows, so do our standards. KEBS ensures that every product, whether local or global, meets the highest standards for sustainability, quality and innovation. Standards are the backbone of Kenya's innovation, driving clean energy solutions, modern infrastructure and sustainable industrial growth in line with SDG 9. The next 50 years depend on our commitment to standards that inspire trust, drive innovation and secure Kenya's future prosperity. Let's celebrate 50 years of standards. Let's celebrate KEBS. Let's celebrate a Kenya that thrives on quality and innovation.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa, Kenya yetu hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure and innovate for a sustainable future.
Jambo.
Today, KEBS plays a critical role in achieving SDG 9, promoting sustainable industrialization, resilient infrastructure and innovation in Kenya. From the food we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development, KEBS sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards that have made the Made in Kenya a mark of trust and excellence. Together we build a nation that is committed to sustainable growth and quality.
In agriculture, KEBS ensures that every product reaching your table is safe and meets global standards for sustainability and quality. Kenyan farmers now export globally with confidence, knowing our standards represent trust and innovation.
KEBS empowers industries to adopt cutting-edge technologies. We set standards that drive sustainable industrialization and global competitiveness.
In construction, every road, bridge and building adheres to standards that promote resilience and sustainable infrastructure. In healthcare, standards ensure that every hospital and clinic provides safe, reliable care, meeting both local and international benchmarks.
Let us celebrate our people. They are the heart of KEBS. Their dedication and commitment ensures standards foster innovation and protects the future of Kenyan industries.
As Kenya grows, so do our standards. KEBS ensures that every product, whether local or global, meets the highest standards for sustainability, quality and innovation. Standards are the backbone of Kenya's innovation, driving clean energy solutions, modern infrastructure, and sustainable industrial growth in line with SDG 9. The next 50 years depend on our commitment to standards that inspire trust, drive innovation, and secure Kenya's future prosperity. Let's celebrate 50 years of standards. Let's celebrate KEBS. Let's celebrate a Kenya that thrives on quality and innovation.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa, Kenya yetu hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure, and innovate for a sustainable future.
Jambo.
Today, KEBS plays a critical role in achieving SDG 9, promoting sustainable industrialization, resilient infrastructure, and innovation in Kenya. From the food we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development, KEBS sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards that have made the Made in Kenya a mark of trust and excellence. Together we build a nation that is committed to sustainable growth and quality.
In agriculture, KEBS ensures that every product reaching your table is safe and meets global standards for sustainability and quality. Kenyan farmers now export globally with confidence, knowing our standards represent trust and innovation.
KEBS empowers industries to adopt cutting-edge technologies. We set standards that drive sustainable industrialization and global competitiveness.
In construction, every road, bridge, and building adheres to standards that promote resilience and sustainable infrastructure. In healthcare, standards ensure that every hospital and clinic provides safe, reliable care, meeting both local and international benchmarks.
Let us celebrate our people. They are the heart of KEBS. Their dedication and commitment ensures standards foster innovation and protects the future of Kenyan industries.
As Kenya grows, so do our standards. KEBS ensures that every product, whether local or global, meets the highest standards for sustainability, quality, and innovation. Standards are the backbone of Kenya's innovation, driving clean energy solutions, modern infrastructure, and sustainable industrial growth in line with SDG 9. The next 50 years depend on our commitment to standards that inspire trust, drive innovation, and secure Kenya's future prosperity. Let's celebrate 50 years of standards. Let's celebrate KEBS. Let's celebrate a Kenya that thrives on quality and innovation.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa, Kenya yetu hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure, and innovate for a sustainable future.
Jambo.
Today, KEBS plays a critical role in achieving SDG 9, promoting sustainable industrialization, resilient infrastructure, and innovation in Kenya. From the food we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development, KEBS sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards that have made the Made in Kenya a mark of trust and excellence. Together we build a nation that is committed to sustainable growth and quality.
In agriculture, KEBS ensures that every product reaching your table is safe and meets global standards for sustainability and quality. Kenyan farmers now export globally with confidence, knowing our standards represent trust and innovation.
KEBS empowers industries to adopt cutting-edge technologies. We set standards that drive sustainable industrialization and global competitiveness.
In construction, every road, bridge, and building adheres to standards that promote resilience and sustainable infrastructure. In healthcare, standards ensure that every hospital and clinic provides safe, reliable care, meeting both local and international benchmarks.
Let us celebrate our people. They are the heart of KEBS. Their dedication and commitment ensures standards foster innovation and protects the future of Kenyan industries.
As Kenya grows, so do our standards. KEBS ensures that every product, whether local or global, meets the highest standards for sustainability, quality, and innovation. Standards are the backbone of Kenya's innovation, driving clean energy solutions, modern infrastructure, and sustainable industrial growth in line with SDG 9. The next 50 years depend on our commitment to standards that inspire trust, drive innovation, and secure Kenya's future prosperity. Let's celebrate 50 years of standards. Let's celebrate KEBS. Let's celebrate a Kenya that thrives on quality and innovation.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa, Kenya yetu hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure, and innovate for a sustainable future.
Jambo.
Today, KEBS plays a critical role in achieving SDG 9, promoting sustainable industrialization, resilient infrastructure, and innovation in Kenya. From the food we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development, KEBS sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards that have made the Made in Kenya a mark of trust and excellence. Together we build a nation that is committed to sustainable growth and quality.
In agriculture, KEBS ensures that every product reaching your table is safe and meets global standards for sustainability and quality. Kenyan farmers now export globally with confidence, knowing our standards represent trust and innovation.
KEBS empowers industries to adopt cutting-edge technologies. We set standards that drive sustainable industrialization and global competitiveness.
In construction, every road, bridge, and building adheres to standards that promote resilience and sustainable infrastructure. In healthcare, standards ensure that every hospital and clinic provides safe, reliable care, meeting both local and international benchmarks.
Let us celebrate our people. They are the heart of KEBS. Their dedication and commitment ensures standards foster innovation and protects the future of Kenyan industries.
As Kenya grows, so do our standards. KEBS ensures that every product, whether local or global, meets the highest standards for sustainability, quality and innovation. Standards are the backbone of Kenya's innovation, driving clean energy solutions, modern infrastructure and sustainable industrial growth in line with SDG 9. The next 50 years depend on our commitment to standards that inspire trust, drive innovation and secure Kenya's future prosperity. Let's celebrate 50 years of standards. Let's celebrate KEBS. Let's celebrate a Kenya that thrives on quality and innovation.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa, Kenya yetu hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure and innovate for a sustainable future.
Jambo.
Today, KEBS plays a critical role in achieving SDG 9, promoting sustainable industrialization, resilient infrastructure and innovation in Kenya. From the food we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development, KEBS sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards that have made the Made in Kenya a mark of trust and excellence. Together we build a nation that is committed to sustainable growth and quality.
In agriculture, KEBS ensures that every product reaching your table is safe and meets global standards for sustainability and quality. Kenyan farmers now export globally with confidence, knowing our standards represent trust and innovation.
KEBS empowers industries to adopt cutting-edge technologies. We set standards that drive sustainable industrialization and global competitiveness.
In construction, every road, bridge and building adheres to standards that promote resilience and sustainable infrastructure. In healthcare, standards ensure that every hospital and clinic provides safe, reliable care, meeting both local and international benchmarks.
Let us celebrate our people. They are the heart of KEBS. Their dedication and commitment ensures standards foster innovation and protects the future of Kenyan industries.
As Kenya grows, so do our standards. KEBS ensures that every product, whether local or global, meets the highest standards for sustainability, quality and innovation. Standards are the backbone of Kenya's innovation, driving clean energy solutions, modern infrastructure and sustainable industrial growth in line with SDG 9. The next 50 years depend on our commitment to standards that inspire trust, drive innovation and secure Kenya's future prosperity. Let's celebrate 50 years of standards. Let's celebrate KEBS. Let's celebrate a Kenya that thrives on quality and innovation.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa, Kenya yetu hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure, and innovate for a sustainable future.
Jambo.
Today, KEBS plays a critical role.
Nation of standards to the okay. Okay? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so I was saying maybe we need some also some sensitization on the batteries, the kind of batteries, because the batteries are also designed for different appliances depending on their rating. So if you use the wrong battery, it will keep on letting you down. Yes, we are waiting for the moderator so that we can start this session. The moderator is Prof, the chair of the working group. We start the session. But yesterday we had a very interesting discussion whereby the question was, why would developed countries developed countries and countries like Japan, why would they be interested in this particular working group, whereby when we look at it, this is for developing countries or underdeveloped countries, where we have pit latrines, we have biodigesters and all that. Because you would expect that in the US you will not find a pit latrine anywhere, or in Australia, you would Austria, you would find, or in Japan, you would expect everybody to be connected to the sewer lines. So on-site domestic water treatment, what do they have to do with that? And that should be left to us to decide on the standards. But we are having experts from the program. You can see we are having program experts from around the group who are going to share experiences, even in those developed countries and all that. And my challenge is to this working group, whether you are looking at what we term as grey water, because we have a lot of water that is wasted. And then, like the kitchen water, bathroom water, requires very little treatment for it to be used as grey water, to water your grass, your live fence and all that. But all that water, we find it going to either to the septic pit or to the soak pit, and it is wasted. and you still go ahead and use the water, the municipal water, or the borehole water if you have sunk a borehole, to water your grass, your live fence, and all that. So, Professor, I hope you are looking at how this grey water can be recycled and we have it reused. I was giving you that as I wait for Prof to get ready to take the mic and lead us through this session. I'm not a civil engineer. My background is electrical engineer. That's why I can talk about batteries, because I know they are rated for different appliances. And I've been involved in the development of that standard, so I know it to some extent. Yeah, now that Prof is ready, welcome. Let us welcome Prof as he takes moderation. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. We start the serious business for the workshops. We have 2 sessions from our program. As you can see, we have the first session, which it takes us up to lunch hour, our local experiences, and then the afternoon session will be dealing with the international experiences. Sorry for those who have come in and they are very far. I don't know whether you have the password for the room. BOMA conference, and then BOM at 1234. 1234. So anyone who wants to log in to access the documents, kindly do so. So we start off with our local experiences, and here we have 5 presentations. 5 presentations. We shall start with a presentation by Jane Maina, and the presentation will be on the standardization of water systems and management. And then we will move to the next presentation, which will be on decentralized sanitation solutions, and so forth. If you look at our program, we have 5 presentations for this session. So I want us to introduce and welcome Jane Maina. Jane Maina is a civil engineer, currently working at Kenya Bureau of Standards. She has been in the civil engineering profession for over 20 years. Actually, she, when we were at the university, she was my contemporary at the university. She holds a Master of Science in Hydro Science and Engineering from Dresden University in Germany, and a Bachelor's in Civil Engineering from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. Currently, she is managing the section on mechanical and civil engineering standards at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. She has participated in many standard development in the civil engineering field at national, regional, and international level. She is the current secretary for the TC 224 working group 8. I want to welcome her to give us our presentation. After that, then I will give the next direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, convener, and welcome all. I want to give a brief presentation on standard development on wastewater system and management. First, I want to introduce KEBS, or the Kenya Bureau of Standards. That is the national standards body in Kenya. It has been established under the Standard Act, CAP 496 of the laws of Kenya. Started its operation on 12 July 1974. Our vision is to be a global leader in standard-based solutions for trade and sustainable development. And our mission is to provide standardization, methodology, and conformity assessment services that safeguard customers and facilitate trade for a sustainable future. The KEBS mandate, as stipulated in the Standard Act, CAP 496, to offer standardization services, conformity assessment services, training and education, information services, and we facilitate trade through standards. Our mandate is achieved through standard development and harmonization. That is what we are talking about today, the standards. We also do product certification. Many of you are aware about we also national standardization units for measurements and we do calibration. We have a metrology department at KEBS. We also do system certification. Many of you are aware of the ISO 9001, ISO 14001 regarding environmental management system and other systems. We enforce standards. We do inspection of products coming to this country and also the locally manufactured products. And we also do market surveillance of the same. We do education and training in standardization, metrology, and conformity assessment. We have a department called the National Quality Institute that does that. We also do dissemination of notification through the World Trade Organization for those standards that are affecting the local industry and the national trade. So I want to go straight to standardization, and we have some definition from ISO IEC Guide 2. But what is standardization? Standardization is the process of initiating, developing, and implementing standards. And it involves merging scientific research with application and experience to determine the precise optimum technical requirement for an aspect of technology. So what is a standard? We are talking of international standard, regional standards, national standard. So the ISO Guide 2 gives a definition for a standard as a document established by consensus and approved by a recognized body. That provides for common and repeated use, rules, guidelines, or characteristics for activities of their results aimed at the achievement of optimum degree of order in a given context. So for Kenya, the national recognized body is the Kenya Bureau of Standards. The principles. What are the principles of standardization? We have many principles of standardization. I'll just share a few. And one of them is openness. That means that participation in standardization is open to all concerned parties without any discrimination. The second principle is transparency. That means that all information regarding standardization is available to all interested stakeholders on request. The issue of consensus, these mean general agreement characterized by absence of sustained opposition to substantial issues. We have the issue of impartiality, that all contributions are considered without favoring any. We have coherence, relevance, effectiveness, and we also have the issue of customer perspective. I want to discuss about the stages of developing standards in Kenya at the national level, because most of you are from the national level. These has some similarity at ISO. We have, in Kenya, we have 5 stages of developing standards. The first stage is the proposal stage. The second one is the committee stage. Then we have public review stage, balloting stage, and the final stage is the approval stage. So I want to look at each and every of these stages and see where you come in or where we come in. So the first stage is the proposal stage. This is where we have the formal request to develop a standard or revise it. So normally this is done by any stakeholder. It's normally done through our website. We have the link on how to propose a new work item or how to revise it. And the proposal normally gives a justification highlighting the benefit of the proposed standard. And we have some internal process that goes on after that to ensure that the proposed work is necessary and that there are resources in place to carry out that work. The next stage is the committee stage. This normally starts once the project is accepted and constitutes the core work in developing the start. So the committee sets the drafting schedule and establish consensus on the technical content of the draft. So in the technical committee stage, most of the work is done by the working groups that deal with specialized issues of the standard. In regard to the committee stage, it's normally carried out by the technical committee. And the technical committee is open. The membership to technical committees at KEBS is open to all interested stakeholders. And it's normally a representation from government lead agencies, regulatory authorities, manufacturers, producers, service providers, major corporate consumers. We have universities and research institutions, industry associations, trade associations, professional bodies, consumer organizations, non-governmental organizations, and renowned experts. So that's just a pictorial of the technical committee. Normally, the discussions are on round table, so you can see them there, or the stakeholders involved. And I welcome you to join our technical committees at KEBS. You can see any one of us from KEBS for more direction on how to do that, but it's obvious from our website. You can be able to get the link just by visiting our website. The third stage is the public review stage. As you might be aware by now that not all the stakeholders will be in the technical committee. So we give the public and all other stakeholders to participate in standardization during this stage. So the draft is normally made available to the public to ensure that all interested stakeholders have an opportunity to review the content of the standard prior to its completion. So the draft is normally made available to the public for commenting for 60 days. And after we get comments as the technical committees which are reviewed and the consensus arrived at. At this stage, we also invite those stakeholders who have made comment to attend our meetings and explain those comments. The fourth stage is the balloting stage. After all the comments from the public are considered in details by the committee, and the necessary changes undertaken to accommodate these comments, the draft proceeds for balloting. So this is just voting. It's the formal acceptance of the standard. The last stage is the approval publication stage. So if the draft is approved at the balloting stage, then it proceeds to the approval stage. The final approval of the standard is done by the Standard Approval Council. The standard is ready for publication. We then also do gazettement of those standards. If you look at our legal notices of this country, we are always issuing notices on the standards that have been published. So for the committee stage, in regard to what we are discussing today, in Kenya we have KEBS Technical Committee 135, whose name is Water and Sanitation, but it is the one which is responsible for development of wastewater standards in Kenya. But Kenya through KEBS also participates in development of wastewater standards at regional level. That is at the East Africa members and ISO, the International Organization for Standardization. That is what we will be discussing tomorrow and the next week for our member. The convener, the secretary of the ISO is working international standards on one side domestic wastewater. So I just want to share some of the standards that we have as a country. Some of them are adopted, and when we say adopted, that means we just copy them the way they are. But some of them are developed from scratch through our experiences and research and knowledge in this country. These are just a few. For you to be able to see all the standards that we have, you can visit our library. It's just next to us here, but you can also see the standards online and purchase them online. So the first one is KES, that is Kenya Standard ISO 24510 of 2007. Activities relating to drinking water and wastewater services, guidelines for assessment and for the improvement of the services to users. These are just examples. Then we have KES ISO 16075 Part 1 of 2020, guidelines for treated wastewater use for irrigation projects. Part 1, the basis of a use project for irrigation. We have KES 277 Part 1, wastewater treatment plants. Part 1, general construction principles. Then we have KES 1464 Part 1, 2010, with stabilization pods. Code of practice, Part 1, anaerobic type. And we have all the other parts. We have more parts for these standards. And for this KES 1464, I doubt whether we have any other standard somewhere else, because I know this one we developed with the Kenyan knowledge regarding these waste stabilization pods, which are normally found in the tropics. We have KES 2738 Part 1 of 2011, analysis of wastewater for use in agriculture, using the modified Baliga method. Then we have KES ISO 3500 2018, non-sewage sanitation system, that the prefabricated integrated treatment unit, general safety and performance requirement for design and testing. So participants, these are just examples. I just wanted to show you a sample of what we have. As you can see, we have even test methods. We have in regards to water use. We have in regards to management of our the services regarding water and wastewater. So we have many, and we are still developing standards in this line. So this is the end of my presentation. My contacts are there. You can contact me directly for any query, for any guidance in regards to standardization, not only in wastewater, but also both in mechanical and civil engineering, because we are doing all those standards in civil engineering and mechanical engineering. So thank you very much and welcome again.
I will request if you have any questions, please jot them down. We shall have a short session after the presentations where we can ask the presenters any issues that we would want them to respond to. So jot down any questions that you may have so that you can ask at the end of this session. Jen has tried to highlight a number of issues in the standardization process, looking at what the Kenyan process is. Principles are key, and these are some of the same principles that we use even at a global level, where this process is normally very open. The timelines, we have been challenged on trying to shorten the timelines, but sometimes it's a back and forth. Agreeing and getting a consensus on certain issues becomes a problem. At a global level, you will find that the circumstances that occur in different areas globally are normally different. And when you want to get a consensus, you have to have a back and forth discussion, and sometimes consensus building is one of the challenging issues when it comes to the standardization process, because basically what we are trying to say is that this is what we have all agreed, and normally agreeing on something, depending on where we come from, is usually a problem. So it's always a challenge. Consensus building is usually one of the biggest issues when it comes to standardization process. So the issue of time has been a challenge, and it will continue being a challenge. And of course, technology is moving quite fast. So how do we put these two things together? It continues being a challenge to everyone in the standardization process. The challenge that she has also given us is the issue of being aware of what we have as a country. We have a lot of standards. Some we adopt as they are from the international level, but we have others that are developed from our local knowledge, and we want certain things done specifically. So you'll have KS ISO, meaning that that has been adopted from the international standard and localized, but we have the KS without the ISO, meaning this has been developed locally to what we would like to see happening here. So our next presenter is Nancy Mule Gao. Nancy is a government affairs and policy advocacy lead. She works at Fresh Life, the Synergic Collaborative. Nancy has a strong background in working in innovative and creative spaces, solving complex social problems. At Fresh Life, he works in government affairs, leading the strategic management and direction of the organization in government partnership, policy, and advocacy. Her work involves representing the organization in the formulation and amendment of legal, policy, and regulatory frameworks to strengthen the enabling environment for Fresh Life to scale while building and maintaining strategic relationships with various decision makers at Kenya, national, and country government levels. Nancy also supports private, public stakeholders knowledge sharing and capacity building to advance partnership with sector peers. Her presentation today will be on decentralized sanitation solution for urban informal settlement. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Apologies, I didn't have any jokes to fill in the silence. So we'll just begin. I hope I can be seen. I'm very short. My name is Nancy Ngao. I'll be representing Fresh Life, that is a founding member of the Synergy Collaborative. I will explain what all of that means in a bit. Can go to the next slide, please. So I want to start my presentation by sharing some data just to paint a picture of sanitation and why it's a critical sector that we need to take a bit more seriously. In the world today, so the toilet was invented 250 years ago, yet half of the world's population does not have access to clean and safe sanitation. That is 3.6 billion people. 90% of this waste that is produced by these people is unsafely managed, and we lose $260 billion worth of impaired productivity. The next slide. In Kenya, we have 68% of Kenyans that lack access to safe sanitation, and this has led to the death of over 17,000 children every single year through communicable diseases. And we have 270 million USD lost in economic productivity. Okay. It is estimated that by 2050, the world's population for people living in informal settlements in urban areas will have grown to 3 billion. So we can see that there's rapid urbanization, and it is straining our existing sanitation systems, and that is why we need to address sanitation. The next slide. Yes. This is a sheet flow diagram for those who are familiar with sanitation, and this is the updated one for Nairobi. It has a lot of details, but you can just look at green and red. So green is the waste that is safely managed, and red is what is unsafely managed, which means it ends up in the environment or through open drains. So this is, of course, an improvement from the last sheet flow diagram that was developed for Nairobi. That was in 2017, where we had 34% of the waste as safely managed. So it is less than 20% of an improvement for over 7 years. So I will leave you to mark for yourselves to say if it is a good improvement or we still are behind and we need to do more for Nairobi. And I want to show the picture. You can just go back, please. Back. Yes, the picture on the top right, this is in Nairobi. This is Nairobi River. And you can see the pipes coming out of those homes. Those are the poor flush toilets that go directly into the environment. And at the bottom picture, you can see manual pit emptiers dumping the waste from the pit latrines into the rivers. So this is a current situation in terms of how our waste is being managed in Nairobi. Can go to the next slide. Additional data, this is now from Fresh Life. We compiled this data with the Nairobi government at the time, NMS, in 2022, where we assessed our areas of operation. This is across 11 sub-counties, almost 40,000 plots. And you can imagine a plot has around 10 milango or homes. And this is the data that we were able to pull out from this assessment. So we wanted to find out what are the existing sanitation options in these plots. So you can see the blue, if you follow blue, it's 42% power flush toilets. Those are the toilets that are not connected to the sewer. So you just pour water into the toilet and it ends up in the open drain. 37% of the people living in these plots do not have access to any sanitation option. We had some with hanging toilets, some with a pit latrine, and others with the toilet solution that we are offering. And if you see just a focus of Kibera on your right, we have 54% of these people in 2022 did not have access to any sanitation option, not even a hanging toilet. You can go to the next slide. So now I can briefly introduce what Fresh Life does based on all of these challenges that I have gone through for sanitation, the two being access, and the first one is access, and the second one is where does the waste go. So Fresh Life is a founding member of the Synergy Collaborative. I know you've heard of Synergy for many years, and now you're hearing of Fresh Life. It is basically one and the same thing. We have Synergy, that is the umbrella organization, and then we have Fresh Life, which works in the first three components of the value chain, that is containment, emptying, and transportation. Then we have our sister company, Regen Organics, that is also a founding member of Synergy Collaborative, that works now to reuse and treat the sanitation waste. So our first offering under containment is our Fresh Life toilet. It is cost efficient, sustainable, and it is a container-based sanitation toilet. So this means that it is a dry toilet, and instead of imagining, just imagine if you're not very technical with sanitation options, imagine it is not a never-ending pit, but instead there's a container that is separated into two parts. So the front part is for liquid waste, the back part is for solid waste. So the waste is segregated at the source. So it is a dry toilet, meaning it does not use water. So in technical terms, a urine dry diverting toilet. So this is one of our options for containment. Our second offering is emptying and transportation. We have a full-time team that are full-time staff at Fresh Life that work to empty our toilets. We have a schedule. Toilets are emptied as per need. As you can see, they are fully donned with PPEs. They're continuously trained. They are also inoculated. And we work with the County Public Health and our partners, UNICEF, to ensure that this is possible. The containers are emptied and replaced, and we use different mechanisms to ensure that we are also observing occupational safety for our workers. As you can see, this is a workhorse that we developed to make it easier for our workmen to be able to remove this waste. You can imagine informal settlements don't have viable roads, so we had to come up with something a bit better than the hand cart to support emptying of this waste. Another exciting component of our value chain is something we call Mtaa Fresh initiative, loosely translated to a clean neighborhood. So for this, we work with manual pit emptiers. So these are already existing sanitation actors in the informal settlement. We have built 3 pit waste consolidation sites where these manual pit emptiers are able to come and safely tip their waste instead of having it disposed of in the environment, in the rivers, in open yards. So far, we've worked with 52 manual pit emptiers, and I need to state that they are formalized. They are formalized themselves. They register as CBOs, have their own rules, have their chairman, their secretaries, their treasurers, etc. and they come and dispose their waste at our pit waste transfer station. I also want to add that we provide PPEs, and as I mentioned, working very closely with the county public health to ensure that they are inoculated and continuously trained on how to empty the pit latrines and also how to tip the waste. So down to now our treatment and upcycling or reuse. We work very closely with municipalities, these are the counties, and specifically the utilities, and our sister company, as I mentioned in the start, Region Organics, to ensure that 100% of our waste is removed and safely treated. So we work with utilities in Kisumu and Eldoret and Mombasa to tip our waste at their waste treatment plants. Here in Nairobi, we work with our sister company to ensure that this waste is safely treated and upcycled. Can go to the next slide. And these are the three products that we upcycle our waste to: organic fertilizer, insect-based protein for animal feed. Here we're using the black soldier fly technology, and biomass fuel briquettes. So we sell our organic fertilizer through Agrovet. We sell our BSF protein for animal feed through Millers, and our biomass fuel briquettes we use in-house to supplement the power of our factory. Our factory is in Kinani in Machakos. You can see many people in the room who have visited our operation. So I just want to showcase our government partners that have walked the journey with us, and we have also walked the journey with them, because sanitation is the mandate of the government. As Fresh Life or Synergy, we are here to complement what the government is doing. These are our impact numbers so far. In Nairobi, we have almost 6,000 active toilets, serving over 200,000 people with clean and safe sanitation every day. I mentioned the 52 manual pit emptiers, and we are diverting 5,000 tons of pit sludge, consolidated and safely disposed in Nairobi. We recently signed an MOU with Nairobi Water last year. Our partners are here in the room. Next slide. In Eldoret, we have 500 active toilets, serving over 7,500 people every day. In Kisumu, over 1,000 active toilets, and we are serving over 17,000 people every single day with clean and safe sanitation. Next slide. We recently signed an MOU with Mombasa Water. What we are currently doing is the exercise that I spoke of in a few slides back, the plot tagging and mapping data, trying to determine where are we in terms of data for access to clean and safe sanitation in informal settlements in Mombasa City. So we are working closely with the county. We'll be rolling out that initiative this Q1. We also have a partnership in our first city out of Kenya, that is Lusaka in Zambia. We are currently conducting a pre-pilot and moving into our pilot stage in Q2 of this year. So these are our numbers in terms of promoting public health and dignity. I already shared about how many toilets we have across all of our cities and the number of people we are serving. In terms of mitigating climate change, we are offsetting 24,000 tons of CO2 every year. We are also diverting 17,000 tons of sanitation waste every single year. In terms of spurring inclusive economies, we have over 7,000 Fresh Life entrepreneurs. These are the people who manage our toilets in informal settlements. We also have 380 full-time staff at Fresh Life. And finally, we are looking, of course, to scale to other cities in Africa as we continue to grow in Kenya and also expand in Kenya. We are in conversations with Uganda, South Africa, and Ghana. Thank you for your time. I will end my presentation there.
Thank you, Madam Ngao. As they prepare to set out the next presentation, I think I can just highlight a few things that I've picked from our presentation. Our local statistics are not very good. Still showing a very green picture, especially in our informal settlements of where we are when it comes to sanitation in this area. And we need to put in more effort to try and improve the sanitation conditions in these areas. Importantly, of what she has mentioned is the issue of partnership. In the sanitation field, we'll need to have good working environment and to partner with all stakeholders, both from the private sector and the public sector. And this is a very good example of where partnerships can work very well to improve the living conditions of our population. And then the issue of impact is one of the issues that I've picked. How many people are we changing their conditions when we improve the sanitary facility? I think I've given us some statistics, some of the towns, all the way to Kisumu, Eldoret, and other areas where their impact has been felt in improving the sanitation conditions. So that's a very good learning experience for those of us who are here. It's not just an issue of preparing standards, but also seeing how these standards can be used and how they can impact and change lives of the people we work with. The next presentation is going to be done by Daniel Wanjuki. Daniel Wanjuki is a director at EcoServe Africa Limited, an NGO. Daniel Wanjuki is an environmental impact assessment expert. He specializes in eco-treatment waste digesters and on-site waste management services. He's a registered environmental impact assessment expert with the National Environment Management Authority. Daniel is going to share with us his experiences, and his presentation is use of biological agents in on-site domestic wastewater management, overcoming the challenges of methane gas and climate nexus. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is, as we've been told, is Daniel Wanjuki, and that is my area of specialization, that is organic waste management and management of environment in general. But for the purpose of this presentation, I would like to draw attention to the fact that one of the speakers, give me the microphone, said that he's surprised that we have guests from this side. The truth is, the problem of waste management is not unique to Africa. In fact, some countries that we describe as developed have bigger problems than we have. They may not look like they have an issue with their sewage, but their development in terms of food processing in countries like the United Kingdom, farmers are being denied crucial stipend or subsidies because they are not able to meet waste management within their farms. So the solution we are offering today is not for Africa only. And it's good to also mention that I've been able to represent the country in other forum outside the country. And last year I was in India, where I had an expense paid trip where the government wanted me to help the country manage their waste and they sort out their rivers, which we know are proverbial in the way they are. polluted. Thank you. Let's get to the next slide. A different, okay. I will not repeat the statistics presented by just the previous presenter, but it is good to look at. It did very well on the history of sanitation here in Africa and in the world over. But I would like to look forward a little bit. And 2.4 billion people lack access to proper sanitation. That is out of the 8 billion. Don't forget we are only 8 billion. And the 6.4 billion don't have access to sanitation. The picture presented there is that of Athi River, where Athi River has been one of the bad examples of how to manage a river or how to manage the environment. And I would like to say that this is not unique to Kenya. I've seen this in other countries. By 2030, a quarter of the world population will be lacking in water. And that is exemplified by what is happening in Nairobi. I live in another part of the town where the compromising has water, but I don't know what happens when it reaches Nairobi. Doesn't trickle down to Athi River or Kitengela. And I know some of some of the participants here from the water department. Everybody requires clean water, and we should make it possible for everyone to access clean water. Okay. Besides having dirty water that you are taking in, the moment you flush your toilet, that water becomes wastewater. So Nairobi water may be having about 560 million liters of water coming from Dakaine, from Satsumua Dam, and other dams. But the moment that water reaches midnight, that becomes waste, and they have to go for more water. And my presentation will touch on what we should do about black water, because we know, for example, Nairobi has 560 million wastewater every day. Because what came yesterday to this, waste, it becomes waste, and it has to be taken care of. So we look at what will happen with grey water. Stormwater also, we waste a lot of resources. While we water our green areas with the fresh water from the Kaine, some stormwater is lying somewhere in the compound where we can't access it because we didn't plan for it. The last is the industrial wastewater. Again, history is that human population is increasing. That's not a problem. There are more bacteria in the mouth of a human being than there are humans in the world. We are not many. Did I say that way? There are more bacteria in the stomach of a cow than there are more than 8 billion bacteria in the stomach of a cow. For me, not to use human as an example. And as I said, that's not a problem. There is also need for increased development in wastewater and sanitation. The fact that we have more population, we require more water and sanitation. And the problem is now, what happens to our wastewater if we don't manage it well? And one of them is the climate change. Now that's a big problem. The discussion around December and the month before was how we are going to vaccinate our house. Well, it may happen that here we are. We have rapid and planned urbanization. We have unsustainable wastewater management practices. And for that purpose, I would like to mention that there is more methane gas generated by our wastewater systems. Our toilets in the rural area, our latrines in the school, our wastewater in the industries. our municipal treatment water is more than the cows produce. And so as we look at the two, and we actually this presentation will look at the two and give solutions, we need to look at how to reduce methane gas from wastewater management system. I'm very happy that this morning everybody has talked about biodigester. And for this, I don't know biodigester. In the year 2017, if you Googled biodigester, Google didn't give you an answer. But every Kenyan knows biodigester. Who doesn't know about biodigester? Except the two gentlemen on this side. You have heard about biodigesters? Those things don't work. And actually, the moment you do a biodigester, be sure that in 5 years' time, you are going to have to do a system for your wastewater management again. Because in 5 years' time, those constructed biodigesters will reach their end of life, and from there, you have to go to zero. And so it's good that we've not mentioned biodigesters because they actually are not scientific systems. And gentlemen from Japan, gentlemen from Australia will tell you there's nothing called biodigester. I know where the word biodigester came from, but it has no meaning when you think of scientifically. You can't construct a biological digester. You can have a biogas digester, you can have a wastewater breakdown system, whatever name you give it, but not a digester. A digester is only created by God. And sustainable wastewater management practices, I've said, is what we are calling biodigesters. They emit so much methane gas because in their design, they never have a breather. And they also have promote pollution of ground and surface water because about 5% of the waste from the biodigester never gets broken down. And that's what forms the black stuff that you see in your drainage area. That's the one that blocks your soakage. And sooner or later, you have to go an exhauster. In our thinking about the wastewater management, we propose that create a loop where fresh water goes to waste and waste becomes water again and can be used over and over. We need to eliminate chemical use in wastewater management, and we need to design decentralized wastewater systems to minimize space and enhance efficiency. And most important, we need to recycle the wastewater. In our thinking, and I've collaborated with many universities in coming up with this design. We realized that what we call our septic tank, the one that we were given by our forefathers, the one that is actually a standard in 1950, does not work. The three-chambered system does not work. And so we propose a new design. This is what actually is informing this standard. This standard would benefit a lot if this was implemented. And having been part-time chair of this committee, the one we led by Jen, we've been trying to put nuances of how to change the old septic tank. So the University of Nairobi, which trains engineers, needs to change the old system, the standard BS standard, BS system. The difference between this is the old system and this is that it has siphoning pipes that help to improve the efficiency of wastewater management. And the principle behind is that while we consider wastewater in different characters. Someone will come here and say, I'm only an expert in industrial waste. I'm an expert in domestic waste. I'm an expert in wastewater. But it does not matter what water you are dealing with. Water does not get dirty. Water only carries dirt. Look at that. The water that you have in that glass can be able to take your waste down the sewer line to somewhere, and you still get it back. The molecules don't get dirty. In between the molecules of oxygen and hydrogen, nothing gets there inside. So the water can actually come back. Same, I would think, for those who know the local transport system, the vehicle that takes one to Thika doesn't get entangled with your life. You leave it, it comes back for new passengers. Inaitwa Kenya Mpya. So that's the same thing concept we have of wastewater, and therefore the design of our decentralized wastewater system should ensure that we have adequate time for wastewater to be degraded, and decide the character of the influent pH, organic, whatever BOD, the presence of oxygen. The final water should be made reusable. Then I introduce the major part of my topic today is that EcoTreat, which is a bacteria we have developed, bacteria with several species components that is able to break down proteins, carbohydrates, think of it, anything, including petroleum oil, is broken down by this group of bacteria that is able to reduce it to just water, and the effect of that product in your wastewater treatment system lasts for months, not a week. Unlike what we call enzymes, this bacteria has more than 220 different enzymes. Some of them are called coenzymes, and coenzymes are known to last only a few milliseconds in the activity of wastewater breakdown. So, I'm introducing to you today that we can use microorganisms that will break down all those materials and give you clean water. When done, and this is good for our visitors, this is not about domestic wastewater system, it's about wastewater treatment everywhere in the world. If it is in your domestic system, still the same principle applies. You remember the picture I showed you? This design works whether it is an industrial system, domestic system, an agricultural system, and a whole municipality. We have done this since 2011, and we had this moment when an industry, which is common to you, these Kappa refineries, had problems with water going to the national park because it contained oil, it contained soap. But when we treated the wastewater with the product, that product water was able to be discharged to the national park, and it's actually from the liver that helped some of the animals from starving. We have a picture on the right, which is the dry land ecosystem can be restored using wastewater. And the first on the ground is that time has proven that centralized sewer systems are not working. So support me in giving that wastewater, what we call wastewater, a chance to be used over and over again. If you were to do this, the livers would not require someone, a committee to go and clean the liver. Instead, we should be having a committee going to the liver to take a bath after they have done the cleanup of Nairobi. I hope I made that unclear, that you should not have a committee cleaning up livers, buying wheelbarrows, buying PPE, protection, to go clean up the river. We should actually I had already cut my teeth on the standard. I had already established a standard for my system, and that standard has been helping me, has helped me a lot in achieving what I've done. If you'd like to know what we've done with the technology, is that if you go to the US Embassy at Nairobi, that fountain outside the US Embassy runs on recycled wastewater. I'm the one who did that. Many hotels in the coast of Kenya used to discharge waste to the ocean, and that they would do it at night, and by the 3, that stuff would come back. And that's when the tourists are actually going to witness the return of that. The sea normally comes back around 3, but it would bring back the stuff that had been discharged at night. That is way back the year 2008, 2009, to 2012. But we have done more than 76 systems in that area, and most of the hotels, I will name them because they are my client. We talk of the Diani Beach Hotel, talk of the San Salovas, the Kilaguni, the Heritage, Wainga. They learn on our systems, and this system has never failed them because actually most of them have been given awards for environmental stewardship. Based on our ability to recycle this water and use it over to create the green environment. While policymakers are leaving more stones unturned because we have been on these topics for so many years, and nothing is really happening. We need to spend more money on seeking large-scale Western technologies. I know you people think that Western technologies is the head of everything, but here we have a standard that we are giving to the world. So we might be having a chance to give that technology back there. An ecosystem is capable, our ecosystem is capable of supporting all of us. I will not talk about the investment, but I would like to request you not to look for a cheaper way of disposing wastewater, because there is none. There is no cheaper way of disposing wastewater. There is only the right way to dispose of wastewater. I would like to, as I'm ending,
discuss on later on during the discussion session. I want to, for the people who are at the back, sorry, I'm informed that some of you are not able to see the presentation. I'll request that you come, we have seats here, which you can occupy. So if you can move quietly, you can come over and occupy this seat. Sorry for being very far behind, but I hope you don't mind. You can come over. We have more. Can also be able to follow the presentations closer. Now, we will have because of time, I'm informed that the hotel is having a lot of guests, and we have requested that we can have our lunch a little bit early at 12:30, between 12:30 and 1:30. So because of that, we will have one more presentation. Then the fifth presentation, we can push it to 1:30 if we all agree. And then after that, we can have plenary discussion on our local experiences before we start on the international experiences. So we will have one more presentation, and then we have a break for a lunch at 12:30, come back at 1:30, and continue with our local experiences, the last one before we have our group, our plenary discussion. So our next presentation is by Engineer Lucy Wanjiku. Engineer Lucy Wanjiku is the founder and the CEO of EcoCycle Limited. She has an MBA in Analytics, Innovation, and Leadership, and a Bachelor of Technology in Production Engineering from Moi University. Engineer Lucy Wanjiku is a registered consulting engineer with the Engineering Board of Kenya. She's a board member of Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute, and the past first vice president of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya. She has a certificate in international leadership and management, and she's a fellowship for Kenyan women entrepreneurs, a fellowship of Kenyan women entrepreneurs. In 2018, she was named among the top 40 under 40 women in Kenya. She's currently the engineering director of EcoCycle Limited, an environmental engineering solution company specializing in on-site wastewater treatment technology. Engineer Lucy is passionate about environmental conservation, sustainability, climate action, and adaptation. She likes mentoring young people and empowering young people in development issues. She has enrolled over 50 on-site wastewater recycling projects impacting about 50,000 people directly and recycling over 5 million liters of wastewater daily back for reusable water. Engineer Lucy is going to give us a presentation on sequencing batch reactor technology for on-site wastewater treatment towards achieving SDG 6. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I know I come in between your lunch. We have to talk about wastewater. I hope your appetite will still be there. And I will try to make it as real, as practical as possible so that we all stay awake before our lunch. So I will not talk much about myself. I've been introduced, and I will just go straight to the topic of the day. Data and information has already been shared about the background of wastewater coverage in Kenya and Africa. And mine, I will just be very brief. I want to show you practically a positive side of the whole story, because a lot of, we've seen a lot of negative photos, what is so bad about wastewater in Kenya. But I stand here to give hope, technically, socially, that it's possible to turn this big challenge into an opportunity. And for the last 15 years, that's what I've been doing, with the last 10 years focusing on sequential batch reactor wastewater treatment plants. And one thing that I would like to bring in is that technically in the world, there are many different solutions. And before you can roll out a solution, if you're designing a solution, let's say you need a wastewater treatment plant. and realize that out of the different solutions that we have, different solutions could work in different setups. So, because I believe all these technologies, somebody sat and reviewed through, the only thing is probably the populace is not well sensitized how to select a working wastewater treatment plant. So what I would say, because most of us here are technical, we need to have an open mind and really, out of all the solutions that exist, and even as we develop the standards, we also look at what you are designing for without just coming up and saying this is the only solution or this is what can work, because we know in a myriad of challenges, there has to be different ways of solving a problem. And the reason we are sitting here is to develop standards for the different situations and come up with perfect solutions. So I will go quickly into the SBR treatment and just a small background. Did the presentation disappear? So it's not showing on my screen, but I see it's still here. Maybe you can help. So just a brief one, 83% of Kenyans lack access to municipal sewer connection, and this is what everybody has already highlighted. And so that means premise owners are suffering issues of high cost of maintaining, managing sewage. There is also sewage spills and public health risks. And we also have fresh water supply shortages. So that means wastewater, if well explored, can come in as a solution to water supply shortages as we look at recycling to reuse for non-potable use. So for the environment or the risk we've seen, what they mean is that there is sewer pollution, there is public health risks. It's been reported that most of the hospital visits in Kenya, 70% are actually sanitation-related diseases. And then, of course, we have the greenhouse gas emissions. The previous presenter talked about, we are talking about cows and all the stuff and the emissions that come from what they produce. But as we are saying, even sewage itself is a big emitter of greenhouse gas emissions. And so it's also one of the things that needs to be brought to the limelight for addressing. So in all these problems, I stand here to bring like an opportunity and bring optimism that while we are talking about so much sewer lying in causing pollution, treatment systems, just like the sequential batch reactors that I work with, it is possible to turn this sewage back to clean, reusable water. And the photos you see are not Googled or downloaded. These are actual projects installed within Kenya. And this is just to tell you that the bad pictures that we've been seeing of sewage lying in the environment can actually, there's a story behind it, because sewage is 95% water, as the previous presenter said. Water is just a transporter of waste. So if you can remove the contaminant, you can get back that 95%, and we use it to keep spaces green, plant the 15 billion trees we are all dreaming about, and reduce the emissions. And even people like Kenya Power maybe needs to develop a standard of recycling all our Nairobi sewage to a standard of water that can be reused to generate energy, and we save the fresh water for consumption purposes. So now just to go a bit technical, what is SBR? So sequencing batch reactor is a fill and draw mechanism. We'll be bringing in a picture to just explain what that means. So the SBRs are very good for places with limited space, because the treatment process of filling in raw sewage, aerating, treating it, allowing it to sediment, and then you pump out the treated water happens in one basin, as opposed to the way you have open or big treatment plants with big tanks or open tanks that could be a risk or may not fit in limited space. The sequential batch reactor is a perfect fit for an example of a project with limited space. So you'll find that in conventional activated sludge systems like open lagoon systems, you will see massive tanks in different sections, different basins, but you will find like in Karen, we did one project where a whole quarter acre had been located, it had been dedicated just to do lagoons. The moment we brought in a sequential batch reactor, the tank footprint is only 5 meters by 4 meters, and they reused the quarter acre to build more houses for selling. So that is just an example of how this fill and aerate process of treatment helps to reduce space requirements. So the working principle, as I said, is I think I better go to the photos so that it's easy to explain. So if you're doing your project, it's good. I had a lot of people here are civil engineers. As usual, you'll do your manhole network. You'll get your sewage up to the last manhole, and depending on whether you're connected to municipal sewer or to lagoons or to a sewage treatment plant, then we connect from the last manhole. So just like you would have connected to a septic tank, you have the last manhole, and then now you go into the sequential batch reactor treatment tank. So you will always find our SBR system, no matter how big they are, we divide the tank into 4 chambers. Whether it's a tank that is as big as this house or 4 meters by 2 meters, we always have 4 chambers. So the first 2 chambers will receive the sewage, and then there's flow equalization. Then the third chamber is the treatment chamber, where those 4 steps happen within the same chamber. So you have an airlift pumping mechanism. We don't actually have electrical pumps sitting in the sewage, but rather airlift pumping using compressed air and a vertically mounted pipe. So you have a pump to fill in the raw sewage, and then within the same chamber you have aerator discs doing aeration, and within the same chamber then there will be sedimentation, and then the clean effluent will be pumped out by another airlift. So I will show actual pictures from an actual installation for you to understand apart from this model. So what enables this process to happen while sewage is still coming in? So that requires an automated programmable logic control such that when you are filling, there is no aeration happening. So it's sequential. When you're filling, it's only filling. When it goes to aeration, it's only aeration. When the treated water is settling, there is no other thing happening. So that is achieved through a programmable logic controller. So the system is self-running and automated. So as I was explaining, during aeration, the rest of the wastewater that is flowing from the premises is being held and equalized in the first 2 chambers away from the treatment or aeration basin. And what happens during aeration is what we studied in biology. So as he said, we have a lot of microorganisms within our bodies, in our mouths, in our, we used to call it the digestive system. And that is the beautiful thing about bacteria. They may look bad, but when it comes to us wastewater experts, we are always looking at, has the microorganism colony been well developed? So in the sequential batch reactor system, we do not add any artificial or additional microorganisms, but rather we give oxygen to the wastewater that has come in. And because it already has some microorganisms, when they get oxygen, they are able to multiply. And as they multiply and reproduce, our fecal matter has important nutrients or things that they need to mutate and make more biomass. So in that process of breaking down and reproducing, the fecal matter and the pathogens come out, and now you get, if you remember that equation, it will be like you have wastewater, you have oxygen, then it will be water, CO2, and stable things like sulfur, phosphates. And so that water that comes out of that process is what we are reclaiming. And when we build our systems, we always have a breather system, just like the way you have a soil vent pipe in your toilets that takes out the CO2. So our systems will always have a breather for the aeration basin. So these are just actual photos showing the steps that I was explaining, but it will be best understood if I go to the actual pictures of actual tanks. As I said, I'm showing practically work that has been done. So this is again a graphical illustration of during sedimentation, when there is no aeration happening, the biomass goes down, and it is, the biomass is so good, it's almost like alum, those chemicals that, they are not really chemicals, but the way you use salts to cause decantation, so it goes down, and you have the clear supernatant. So this is the biomass settling at the bottom, and then you have the clear water, and this is what will be pumped out to the last chamber that acts as a storage, and from there is where an end user will pump and reuse the wastewater. When I talked about airlift mechanism, it is a principle of pumping without actually using an electrical pump. So you have a vertically mounted U-shaped pipe, and this is a specialized pipe that can stay in sewage for years without breaking down. It's not just your normal plastic. So if you remember pressure or Bernoulli's principle, you supply oxygen, compressed air at the bottom, then the compressed air will try to escape through the nearest point. So as it tries to escape here, the mixture of air and water is more denser than air only coming, so it will cause a sanction and it will rise, and the water will be fed into the next chamber. So in our systems, you realize the only electrical component is an air compressor sitting up in a control cabinet, not inside the plant, and it just controls the pumping and the aeration. So we only have one electrical component, which makes the SBR, again, excellent because its power consumption is a quarter of a system that would be having electrical pumps sitting in the sewage. So key advantages of SBR treatment method: it's very flexible and adaptable to tight spaces, and it can treat different inflows. Sometimes in the morning you have peak flow, and then during the day there is no flow. So that's why I talked about the first two chambers acting as flow equalization and retention. And then our quality of effluent is high. I don't know if we have NEMA people here, but again, KEBS, I'm sure you are aware of the standards of treated water discharge. I will be showing in one of the slides a sample, just a recent lab test that we did, because part of our maintenance is that every quarter our clients need to take a lab test of the treated water to ensure it is safe for handling and reuse within compounds. I already talked about minimal space requirements, and then the energy efficiency, which is what I was explaining. The only electrical component is an electrical blower, which is easily run with solar power. We even have a client who generates his own wind energy and runs his own home system. So the differences between the usual, e.g. like lagoons versus an electromechanical SBR is the oxygen dissolving capacity. Because we are mechanically pushing in oxygen, so dissolved oxygen goes in faster, and that's why the breakdown of wastewater treatment plant is within 8 hours. When the wastewater comes in, after 8 hours, our system gives the first batch of treated water. So in a day, our system does 3 cycles of treatment, and every cycle gives a third of the day's treatment capacity. High fecal coliform removal. The effluent quality is better, and it is achieved in a very short time and easily reusable. So these are the average performance values from different SBR systems across the world, but I will be showing an actual lab result from one of our installations within Nairobi. So I know most people would wonder, can I really reuse water? Actually, that's one, as I present challenges, one of the challenges I'm going to show is that when we began about 10, 11 years back, a lot of people would be like, that sounds interesting, but I don't believe sewage can actually be clear, odorless water that is safe to handle. But we want to assure, and the good thing in this room, we have experts, so I don't think I have a difficult time convincing, but as KEBS or as the government organizations involved in sensitizing the Kenyan citizens, this is a worry that it's a question that we are always asked: how safe is that water? So the same way we do polio sensitization and stuff, maybe KEBS, you need to run a campaign and just to sensitize everyone that it is actually, technology is there, you have experts, and this water is tested and it is safe to reuse. So these are just samples of the treated water, the raw sewage, where after it's treated through an SBR. In this case, we have 3 samples because the client in this site reuses the water to flush toilets. So when you need to take the water back to flush toilets, we recommend that it also goes through a sand filter. And the reason being our power supply, I don't know if Kenya Power people are in the house, sometimes power fluctuations can actually affect the quality of the outcome of the water. Let's say if you do not have solar backup. So in the event there is a fluctuation and the water is not sparkling clean, although it already comes out sparkling clean if it's working well, but just as a contingency in case there is fluctuations, if the water is going back to flush the white cisterns, we recommend that it goes through the sand filter after it has left the last chamber. So here is just a sample of test result that we just did. We have a big installation for the American Embassy Diplomatic Housing Complex called DH3 in Runda, a place hosting about 500 people. It's a residential diplomatic estate. So this is a lab test of we normally do their lab test every quarter. So this shows you everything meeting the standards as per the NEMA. So we normally use accredited labs. They go, they pick samples and monitor. And if you just look at the TSS, the BOD, the COD, you can see we are achieving very good values, way below the NEMA standards. I must acknowledge that my technology is not an EcoCycle invention, but it's a German patented invention that we represent in East Africa for the last 10 years. But what I would say is there has been a lot of customization, because bringing in a foreign technology and expecting it to work perfectly in Kenya would be a challenge. And one of the biggest challenges was you bring a machine designed by engineers who have never experienced a power outage. So probably that part has not been thought about. So one of the customizations we had to do is to redesign the system to adapt to the peculiar power outages of Kenya. So as we do standardizations, as we borrow from the developed world, there is a lot of localization and customization to adapt to our local challenges. So our system is a German patent, but totally overhauled to match the African situation of power outages. Another big thing is in Kenya or in Africa, we tend to throw everything into the drain. So if you visit a treatment plant in Germany and look at the first chamber, you will only see sludge. But come to Kenya during our maintenance, when we open our first chamber, it's full of plastics. It's full of diapers. We even found a fetus one time during my maintenance. So our behaviors are a bit peculiar, but we can't say because we have peculiar habits we cannot design. So the same way Michael Joseph said, you develop a product that almost matches with peculiar behaviors. Even in these technologies, we have to think of because we've tried to sensitize people to separate waste, but they are not doing it. They're just dumping. So what do we do? So we design for our peculiar behaviors and even develop standards that would sort of work well within how we live. So the benefits to society, it's a highly efficient technology. The nitrogen removal is great because, again, if we have nitrogen and phosphates and they get to the water bodies, there is eutrophication which can affect the ecolife for the the animals that live in water or even the plants. And yeah, it has a high nutrient removal level, as you saw in the lab test. Challenges in implementation. Of course, everybody talks about high cost because this is not your basic technology where you're just digging a pit. So it's a bit of technology, it's a bit of engineering. Of course, you have to engage engineers in the company to be able to offer a good solution. So if there are, as KEBS, as we work on standards, it's also good to engage the policy makers who do taxation and stuff. Up to 2020, wastewater treatment technologies were VAT exempt, but after 2020, VAT was imposed. And any imposition of extra taxes makes it hard for the population to uptake a good technology. So even as we develop standards, we need to work together with government to even talk about standards of taxation to enable a high uptake. Sometimes my clients keep asking, why do I have to get a permit from WRA and also get a permit from NEMA to be able to discharge or reuse my treated water after it has met the standards? How about we think if there can be a unified permit so that the consultants don't have to go to WRA and they still have to go to NEMA to get discharge permits for the clients? There is low general public awareness, as I already alluded, so if we can have sensitization campaigns to make people understand that it is actually safe to reuse and reuse wastewater. And then, of course, the construction and how to design is not very well detailed taught in the universities. So if there is a way we can have trainings and all, and maybe take people to sites to see such projects. So I will quickly just show some photos. So this is the construction of the underground tank with the 4 chambers, as I was saying, although the aeration base is faced into 2, but you can see it's 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the other tank is an extra tank that the client did to hold some other plastic tanks. So there's the construction of the tanks, and once the tanks are done, we install the equipment inside, and this is the finished top slab. So you can see the top slab of our wastewater treatment plant is reusable. In this case, they use it as the dog play area for the diplomatic housing complex. And the noise level is low. We are just next to the houses. So the cabinet you see houses the blower and the controls for the processes inside the tank. This is an example of a residential home. The footprint is just 5.6 meters by 2 and a depth of 1.9, so you don't need to go deep as 3 meters for a septic. And when it is finished, so these are the aerator discs and the airlift things that I was showing, and the supply of the compressed air running down from the control panel. For the residential home, it's a small compressor of 80 watts, and you can see the PLC controller there that runs the system. So this is easily run on solar. The finished product looks like this, so we fit very well within limited space. The only thing you would see would be the manhole covers, because we need that for future monitoring and access. If you don't like the way it looks, you can put flower pots on top, and again, that's the water quality. And yeah, basically, this is the conclusion of what I have been saying, that it is efficient, it varies, it can be adopted in different spaces, and it's a good technology to use, and we can standardize and adopt it for our Kenyan market. Thank you very much for your attention. I'll be open to questions.
It's getting more interesting, and I'm sure many of us would want to continue getting these experiences. But because of the hotel requirements, I would like us to take a short break, 1 hour. We take a break, go for lunch, and then after lunch, we come back at 1:30 and continue with the presentations. They are getting sweeter, so don't go away. After lunch, ensure you come back so that we have a chance to listen to the other presentations.
You are going to pick vouchers as you go out. Make sure you have a voucher. Then the lunch will be served outside on the other side. Yeah, so you are welcome for lunch.
So we pick our vouchers outside, and then we go straight for lunch. Kindly let us take the shortest time, because at the hotel we have a lot of guests. That's why we are going for our lunch a bit early. We have a lot of guests, so we need to move fast so that we also give the other guests time to also have lunch.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa, Kenya yetu hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure, and innovate for a sustainable future.
Jambo.
Today, KEBS plays a critical role in achieving SDG 9, promoting sustainable industrialization, resilient infrastructure, and innovation in Kenya. From the food we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development, KEBS sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards that have made the Made in Kenya a mark of trust and excellence. Together we build a nation that is committed to sustainable growth and quality.
In agriculture, KEBS ensures that every product reaching your table is safe and meets global standards for sustainability and quality. Kenyan farmers now export globally with confidence, knowing our standards represent trust and innovation.
KEBS empowers industries to adopt cutting-edge technologies. We set standards that drive sustainable industrialization and global competitiveness.
In construction, every road, bridge, and building adheres to standards that promote resilience and sustainable infrastructure. In healthcare, standards ensure that every hospital and clinic provides safe, reliable care, meeting both local and international benchmarks.
Let us celebrate our people. They are the heart of KEBS. Their dedication and commitment ensures standards foster innovation and protects the future of Kenyan industries.
As Kenya grows, so do our standards. KEBS ensures that every product, whether local or global, meets the highest standards for sustainability, quality, and innovation. Standards are the backbone of Kenya's innovation, driving clean energy solutions, modern infrastructure, and sustainable industrial growth in line with SDG 9. The next 50 years depend on our commitment to standards that inspire trust, drive innovation, and secure Kenya's future prosperity. Let's celebrate 50 years of standards. Let's celebrate KEBS. Let's celebrate a Kenya that thrives on quality and innovation.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa, Kenya yetu hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure, and innovate for a sustainable future. Today, KEBS plays a critical role in achieving SDG 9, promoting sustainable industrialization, resilient infrastructure, and innovation in Kenya. From the food we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development, KEBS sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards that have made the Made in Kenya a mark of trust and excellence. Together we build a nation that is committed to sustainable growth and quality.
In agriculture, KEBS ensures that every product reaching your table is safe and meets global standards for sustainability and quality. Kenyan farmers now export globally with confidence, knowing our standards represent trust and innovation.
KEBS empowers industries to adopt cutting-edge technologies. We set standards that drive sustainable industrialization and global competitiveness.
In construction, every road, bridge, and building adheres to standards that promote resilience and sustainable infrastructure. In healthcare, standards ensure that every hospital and clinic provides safe, reliable care, meeting both local and international benchmarks.
Let us celebrate our people. They are the heart of KEBS. Their dedication and commitment ensures standards foster innovation and protects the future of Kenyan industries.
As Kenya grows, so do our standards. KEBS ensures that every product, whether local or global, meets the highest standards for sustainability, quality and innovation. Standards are the backbone of Kenya's innovation, driving clean energy solutions, modern infrastructure and sustainable industrial growth in line with SDG 9. The next 50 years depend on our commitment to standards that inspire trust, drive innovation and secure Kenya's future prosperity. Let's celebrate 50 years of standards. Let's celebrate KEBS. Let's celebrate a Kenya that thrives on quality and innovation.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa, Kenya yetu hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure and innovate for a sustainable future. Today, KEBS plays a critical role in achieving SDG 9, promoting sustainable industrialization, resilient infrastructure and innovation in Kenya. From the food we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development, KEBS sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards that have made the Made in Kenya a mark of trust and excellence. Together we build a nation that is committed to sustainable growth and quality.
In agriculture, KEBS ensures that every product reaching your table is safe and meets global standards for sustainability and quality. Kenyan farmers now export globally with confidence, knowing our standards represent trust and innovation.
KEBS empowers industries to adopt cutting-edge technologies. We set standards that drive sustainable industrialization and global competitiveness.
In construction, every road, bridge and building adheres to standards that promote resilience and sustainable infrastructure. In healthcare, standards ensure that every hospital and clinic provides safe, reliable care, meeting both local and international benchmarks.
Let us celebrate our people. They are the heart of KEBS. Their dedication and commitment ensures standards foster innovation and protects the future of Kenyan industries.
As Kenya grows, so do our standards. KEBS ensures that every product, whether local or global, meets the highest standards for sustainability, quality and innovation. Standards are the backbone of Kenya's innovation, driving clean energy solutions, modern infrastructure and sustainable industrial growth in line with SDG 9. The next 50 years depend on our commitment to standards that inspire trust, drive innovation and secure Kenya's future prosperity. Let's celebrate 50 years of standards. Let's celebrate KEBS. Let's celebrate a Kenya that thrives on quality and innovation.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa, Kenya yetu hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure, and innovate for a sustainable future.
Jambo.
Today, KEBS plays a critical role in achieving SDG 9, promoting sustainable industrialization, resilient infrastructure, and innovation in Kenya. From the food we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development, KEBS sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards that have made the Made in Kenya a mark of trust and excellence. Together we build a nation that is committed to sustainable growth and quality.
In agriculture, KEBS ensures that every product reaching your table is safe and meets global standards for sustainability and quality. Kenyan farmers now export globally with confidence, knowing our standards represent trust and innovation.
KEBS empowers industries to adopt cutting-edge technologies. We set standards that drive sustainable industrialization and global competitiveness.
In construction, every road, bridge, and building adheres to standards that promote resilience and sustainable infrastructure. In healthcare, standards ensure that every hospital and clinic provides safe, reliable care, meeting both local and international benchmarks.
Let us celebrate our people. They are the heart of KEBS. Their dedication and commitment ensures standards foster innovation and protects the future of Kenyan industries.
As Kenya grows, so do our standards. KEBS ensures that every product, whether local or global, meets the highest standards for sustainability, quality, and innovation. Standards are the backbone of Kenya's innovation, driving clean energy solutions, modern infrastructure, and sustainable industrial growth in line with SDG 9. The next 50 years depend on our commitment to standards that inspire trust, drive innovation, and secure Kenya's future prosperity. Let's celebrate 50 years of standards. Let's celebrate KEBS. Let's celebrate a Kenya that thrives on quality and innovation.
Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa, Kenya yetu hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure, and innovate for a sustainable future.
Jambo.
Today, KEBS plays a critical role in achieving SDG 9, promoting sustainable industrialization, resilient infrastructure, and innovation in Kenya. From the food we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development, KEBS sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards that have made the Made in Kenya a mark of trust and excellence. Together we build a nation that is committed to sustainable growth and quality.
In agriculture, KEBS ensures that every product reaching your table is safe and meets global standards for sustainability and quality. Kenyan farmers now export globally with confidence, knowing our standards represent trust and innovation.
KEBS empowers industries to adopt cutting-edge technologies. We set standards that drive sustainable industrialization and global competitiveness.
In construction, every road, bridge and building adheres to standards that promote resilience and sustainable infrastructure. In healthcare, standards ensure that every hospital and clinic provides safe, reliable care meeting both local and international benchmarks.
Let us celebrate our people. They are the heart of KEBS. Their dedication and commitment ensures standards foster innovation and protects the future of Kenyan industries.
As Kenya grows, so do our standards. KEBS ensures that every product, whether local or global, meets the highest standards for sustainability, quality and innovation. Standards are the backbone of Kenya's innovation, driving clean energy solutions, modern infrastructure and sustainable industrial growth in line with SDG 9. The next 50 years depend on our commitment to standards that inspire trust, drive innovation and secure Kenya's future prosperity. Let's celebrate 50 years of standards. Let's celebrate KEBS. Let's celebrate a Kenya that thrives on quality and innovation.
Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa, Kenya yetu hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure and innovate for a sustainable future.
Jambo.
Today, KEBS plays a critical role in achieving SDG 9, promoting sustainable industrialization, resilient infrastructure and innovation in Kenya. From the food we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development, KEBS sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards that have made the Made in Kenya a mark of trust and excellence. Together we build a nation that is committed to sustainable growth and quality.
In agriculture, KEBS ensures that every product reaching your table is safe and meets global standards for sustainability and quality. Kenyan farmers now export globally with confidence, knowing our standards represent trust and innovation.
KEBS empowers industries to adopt cutting-edge technologies. We set standards that drive sustainable industrialization and global competitiveness.
In construction, every road, bridge and building adheres to standards that promote resilience and sustainable infrastructure. In healthcare, standards ensure that every hospital and clinic provides safe, reliable care meeting both local and international benchmarks.
Let us celebrate our people. They are the heart of KEBS. Their dedication and commitment ensures standards foster innovation and protects the future of Kenyan industries.
As Kenya grows, so do our standards. KEBS ensures that every product, whether local or global, meets the highest standards for sustainability, quality and innovation. Standards are the backbone of Kenya's innovation, driving clean energy solutions, modern infrastructure and sustainable industrial growth in line with SDG 9. The next 50 years depend on our commitment to standards that inspire trust, drive innovation and secure Kenya's future prosperity. Let's celebrate 50 years of standards. Let's celebrate KEBS. Let's celebrate a Kenya that thrives on quality and innovation.
Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure, and innovate for a sustainable future.
Jambo.
Today, KEBS plays a critical role in achieving SDG 9, promoting sustainable industrialization, resilient infrastructure, and innovation in Kenya. From the food we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development, KEBS sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards that have made the Made in Kenya a mark of trust and excellence. Together we build a nation that is committed to sustainable growth and quality.
In agriculture, KEBS ensures that every product reaching your table is safe and meets global standards for sustainability and quality. Kenyan farmers now export globally with confidence, knowing our standards represent trust and innovation.
KEBS empowers industries to adopt cutting-edge technologies. We set standards that drive sustainable industrialization and global competitiveness.
In construction, every road, bridge, and building adheres to standards that promote resilience and sustainable infrastructure. In healthcare, standards ensure that every hospital and clinic provides safe, reliable care, meeting both local and international benchmarks.
Let us celebrate our people. They are the heart of KEBS. Their dedication and commitment ensures standards foster innovation and protects the future of Kenyan industries.
As Kenya grows, so do our standards. KEBS ensures that every product, whether local or global, meets the highest standards for sustainability, quality, and innovation. Standards are the backbone of Kenya's innovation, driving clean energy solutions, modern infrastructure, and sustainable industrial growth in line with SDG 9. The next 50 years depend on our commitment to standards that inspire trust, drive innovation, and secure Kenya's future prosperity. Let's celebrate 50 years of standards. Let's celebrate KEBS. Let's celebrate a Kenya that thrives on quality and innovation.
Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure, and innovate for a sustainable future.
Jambo.
Today, KEBS plays a critical role in achieving SDG 9, promoting sustainable industrialization, resilient infrastructure, and innovation in Kenya. From the food we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development, KEBS sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards that have made the Made in Kenya a mark of trust and excellence. Together we build a nation that is committed to sustainable growth and quality.
In agriculture, KEBS ensures that every product reaching your table is safe and meets global standards for sustainability and quality. Kenyan farmers now export globally with confidence, knowing our standards represent trust and innovation.
KEBS empowers industries to adopt cutting-edge technologies. We set standards that drive sustainable industrialization and global competitiveness.
In construction, every road, bridge and building adheres to standards that promote resilience and sustainable infrastructure. In healthcare, standards ensure that every hospital and clinic provides safe, reliable care, meeting both local and international benchmarks.
Let us celebrate our people. They are the heart of KEBS. Their dedication and commitment ensures standards foster innovation and protects the future of Kenyan industries.
As Kenya grows, so do our standards. KEBS ensures that every product, whether local or global, meets the highest standards for sustainability, quality and innovation. Standards are the backbone of Kenya's innovation, driving clean energy solutions, modern infrastructure and sustainable industrial growth in line with SDG 9. The next 50 years depend on our commitment to standards that inspire trust, drive innovation and secure Kenya's future prosperity. Let's celebrate 50 years of standards. Let's celebrate KEBS. Let's celebrate a Kenya that thrives on quality and innovation.
Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa, Kenya yetu hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure and innovate for a sustainable future.
Jambo.
Today, KEBS plays a critical role in achieving SDG 9, promoting sustainable industrialization, resilient infrastructure and innovation in Kenya. From the food we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development, KEBS sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards that have made the Made in Kenya a mark of trust and excellence. Together we build a nation that is committed to sustainable growth and quality.
In agriculture, KEBS ensures that every product reaching your table is safe and meets global standards for sustainability and quality. Kenyan farmers now export globally with confidence, knowing our standards represent trust and innovation.
KEBS empowers industries to adopt cutting-edge technologies. We set standards that drive sustainable industrialization and global competitiveness.
In construction, every road, bridge and building adheres to standards that promote resilience and sustainable infrastructure. In healthcare, standards ensure that every hospital and clinic provides safe, reliable care, meeting both local and international benchmarks.
Let us celebrate our people. They are the heart of KEBS. Their dedication and commitment ensures standards foster innovation and protects the future of Kenyan industries.
As Kenya grows, so do our standards. KEBS ensures that every product, whether local or global, meets the highest standards for sustainability, quality and innovation. Standards are the backbone of Kenya's innovation, driving clean energy solutions, modern infrastructure and sustainable industrial growth in line with SDG 9. The next 50 years depend on our commitment to standards that inspire trust, drive innovation and secure Kenya's future prosperity. Let's celebrate 50 years of standards. Let's celebrate KEBS. Let's celebrate a Kenya that thrives on quality and innovation.
Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni, mwakaribishwa. Kenya yetu, hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure and innovate for a sustainable future.
Jambo.
Today, KEBS plays a critical role in achieving SDG 9, promoting sustainable industrialization, resilient infrastructure and innovation in Kenya. From the food we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development, KEBS sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards that have made the Made in Kenya a mark of trust and excellence. Together we build a nation that is committed to sustainable growth and quality.
In agriculture, KEBS ensures that every product reaching your table is safe and meets global standards for sustainability and quality. Kenyan farmers now export globally with confidence, knowing our standards represent trust and innovation.
KEBS empowers industries to adopt cutting-edge technologies. We set standards that drive sustainable industrialization and global competitiveness.
In construction, every road, bridge and building adheres to standards that promote resilience and sustainable infrastructure. In healthcare, standards ensure that every hospital and clinic provides safe, reliable care, meeting both local and international benchmarks.
Let us celebrate our people. They are the heart of KEBS. Their dedication and commitment ensures standards foster innovation and protects the future of Kenyan industries.
As Kenya grows, so do our standards. KEBS ensures that every product, whether local or global, meets the highest standards for sustainability, quality and innovation. Standards are the backbone of Kenya's innovation, driving clean energy solutions, modern infrastructure and sustainable industrial growth in line with SDG 9. The next 50 years depend on our commitment to standards that inspire trust, drive innovation and secure Kenya's future prosperity. Let's celebrate 50 years of standards. Let's celebrate KEBS. Let's celebrate a Kenya that thrives on quality and innovation.
Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni, mwakaribishwa. Kenya yetu, hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure and innovate for a sustainable future.
Jambo.
Today, KEBS plays a critical role in achieving SDG 9, promoting sustainable industrialization, resilient infrastructure, and innovation in Kenya. From the food we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development, KEBS sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards that have made the Made in Kenya a mark of trust and excellence. Together we build a nation that is committed to sustainable growth and quality.
In agriculture, KEBS ensures that every product reaching your table is safe and meets global standards for sustainability and quality. Kenyan farmers now export globally with confidence, knowing our standards represent trust and innovation.
KEBS empowers industries to adopt cutting-edge technologies. We set standards that drive sustainable industrialization and global competitiveness.
In construction, every road, bridge, and building adheres to standards that promote resilience and sustainable infrastructure. In healthcare, standards ensure that every hospital and clinic provides safe, reliable care, meeting both local and international benchmarks.
Let us celebrate our people. They are the heart of KEBS. Their dedication and commitment ensures standards foster innovation and protects the future of Kenyan industries.
As Kenya grows, so do our standards. KEBS ensures that every product, whether local or global, meets the highest standards for sustainability, quality, and innovation. Standards are the backbone of Kenya's innovation, driving clean energy solutions, modern infrastructure, and sustainable industrial growth in line with SDG 9. The next 50 years depend on our commitment to standards that inspire trust, drive innovation, and secure Kenya's future prosperity. Let's celebrate 50 years of standards. Let's celebrate KEBS. Let's celebrate a Kenya that thrives on quality and innovation.
Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa, Kenya yetu hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure, and innovate for a sustainable future.
Jambo.
Today, KEBS plays a critical role in achieving SDG 9, promoting sustainable industrialization, resilient infrastructure, and innovation in Kenya. From the food we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development, KEBS sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards that have made the Made in Kenya a mark of trust and excellence. Together we build a nation that is committed to sustainable growth and quality.
In agriculture, KEBS ensures that every product reaching your table is safe and meets global standards for sustainability and quality. Kenyan farmers now export globally with confidence, knowing our standards represent trust and innovation.
KEBS empowers industries to adopt cutting-edge technologies. We set standards that drive sustainable industrialization and global competitiveness.
In construction, every road, bridge, and building adheres to standards that promote resilience and sustainable infrastructure. In healthcare, standards ensure that every hospital and clinic provides safe, reliable care, meeting both local and international benchmarks.
Let us celebrate our people. They are the heart of KEBS. Their dedication and commitment ensures standards foster innovation and protects the future of Kenyan industries.
As Kenya grows, so do our standards. KEBS ensures that every product, whether local or global, meets the highest standards for sustainability, quality and innovation. Standards are the backbone of Kenya's innovation, driving clean energy solutions, modern infrastructure and sustainable industrial growth in line with SDG 9. The next
Jambo.
Today, KEBS plays a critical role in achieving SDG 9, promoting sustainable industrialization, resilient infrastructure and innovation in Kenya. From the food we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development, KEBS sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards that have made the Made in Kenya a mark of trust and excellence. Together we build a nation that is committed to sustainable growth and quality.
In agriculture, KEBS ensures that every product reaching your table is safe and meets global standards for sustainability and quality. Kenyan farmers now export globally with confidence, knowing our standards represent trust and innovation.
KEBS empowers industries to adopt cutting-edge technologies. We set standards that drive sustainable industrialization and global competitiveness.
In construction, every road, bridge and building adheres to standards that promote resilience and sustainable infrastructure. In healthcare, standards ensure that every hospital and clinic provides safe, reliable care, meeting both local and international benchmarks.
Let us celebrate our people. They are the heart of KEBS. Their dedication and commitment ensures standards foster innovation and protects the future of Kenyan industries.
As Kenya grows, so do our standards. KEBS ensures that every product, whether local or global, meets the highest standards for sustainability, quality and innovation. Standards are the backbone of Kenya's innovation, driving clean energy solutions, modern infrastructure and sustainable industrial growth in line with SDG 9. The next 50 years depend on our commitment to standards that inspire trust, drive innovation and secure Kenya's future prosperity. Let's celebrate 50 years of standards. Let's celebrate KEBS. Let's celebrate a Kenya that thrives on quality and innovation.
Jambo, jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa, Kenya yetu hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure and innovate for a sustainable future.
Jambo.
Today, KEBS plays a critical role in achieving SDG 9, promoting sustainable industrialization, resilient infrastructure and innovation in Kenya. From the food we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development, KEBS sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards that have made the Made in Kenya a mark of trust and excellence. Together we build a nation that is committed to sustainable growth and quality.
In agriculture, KEBS ensures that every product reaching your table is safe and meets global standards for sustainability and quality. Kenyan farmers now export globally with confidence, knowing our standards represent trust and innovation.
KEBS empowers industries to adopt cutting-edge technologies. We set standards that drive sustainable industrialization and global competitiveness.
In construction, every road, bridge and building adheres to standards that promote resilience and sustainable infrastructure. In healthcare, standards ensure that every hospital and clinic provides
So you can come to the front so that you are closer to the presentations. So I would like us to begin our afternoon session. Welcome back those who are online, who are following us on online. We have one more local presentation, local experience presentation before we open up for a short. Anybody will have questions and would like to raise them with the presenters, after which we shall have international experience presentations following immediately after the plenary discussion. So this afternoon, we start off with a presentation by Francis Maluki. Francis Maluki is a trained water and sanitation engineer with over 15 years of experience in the water sector, and is currently working with the Water Services Regulatory Board as a Senior Monitoring and Inspectorate Officer. He holds a Master of Business Administration and a Bachelor in Civil Engineering from the University of South Africa. He is registered with the Kenya Engineering Technical Registration Board as a professional engineering technologist. He has trained in, among others, leadership, administration, governance, and other management skill areas. Francis Maluki is trained on public-private partnership projects, and he has good negotiation skills where partnership negotiations are required. In addition, he is an environmental management and environmental audit expert. In our Kenyan Technical Committee, he chairs the Technical Committee number 1, Environmental Audit Expert 35 at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. In our Kenyan Technical Committee, that's the technical committee that deals with sanitation and water treatment. He has traveled widely across many countries, and so he has a lot of experience in the sanitation area. Today, Mr. Maluki is going to give us a presentation on regulating on-site sanitation. Welcome.
Thank you very much, moderator. As you've heard, those are my names. I don't think I need to elaborate so much on that because much has been said on me. I'm waiting for the presentation so that you can continue right away. But as somebody is preparing for that, I think what I need to say is that you remember we've had so many goals that were supposed to be achieved, and mostly none has been achieved. You remember there was a time we are saying that by the year 2000, we shall have water to every homestead. This was a goal, this was a dream that never was. So what does that mean? Does it mean that we come up with the dreams, we come up with the goals that are not well considered? Because we set goals, yes, but do we realize them? Now we are talking of maybe Vision 2030. It's just how many years? 5 years to that period. We want to achieve something on sanitation. We want to achieve something on water. Are we looking at the analysis that we have? Are we sure that we are going to be able to realize that? So these are many. There are many issues that we need to consider, because what are the problems? What is it making us that we are not able to realize or what we said? Or is it something that is imposed on us such that we may not be able to realize anything? That said and done, maybe you can now be able to look at the other issues relating to where we are now. We want to talk about sanitation in Kenya. I want to take the regulator's perspective. I work for Water Services Regulatory Board. We call ourselves WASREB. WASREB is a regulator, an agency in the Ministry of Water and Sanitation, which deals specifically with water services. We regulate water services. There's another agency which deals specifically with the water resources. When we talk of water services, it covers both water and wastewater sanitation component. So that's why now here we've narrowed down to sanitation. When we talk of sanitation, this is a picture that has been taken to Kenya, from Kenya. You can see here, we have all this. A latrine, a pit latrine, a photo that has been taken in Kenya. Equally on the other side, we have also another latrine, kind of, that also has also been taken from Kenya. There's a way people are used to, for them now to be able now to either bathe in those areas, to be able also to relieve themselves. You can see sometimes they can be able to queue. But now we've had some improvement of what we have, EcoSun, what you can see down here. So all those things compared, we have both shared, we have other toilets that are perhaps from the homestead, which we may not say that they are shared in a way. So we have both shared and shared kind of facilities. I want now to talk about the sanitation situation in Kenya. We talk of, in Kenya, we have around 26 counties that as out of 47 that have the sewerage systems. Just 26 counties. And the ones that you can see in this color, this deep color, they are the counties which have that kind of coverage, sewerage coverage. Just facility. They may not have covered everything, but they have those facilities. So we are talking about, generally, overall in Kenya, we have around 16% of the population covered with this component, sewerage facilities. The rest, of course, are covered with what we call on-site sanitation at around 77%, which translates to around 21 million people with with the shared facilities. What are these contributing factors? But of course, you may realize that we have not yet reached 100%. When you had 77 and 16%, that comes to around 80 something, isn't it? Is it 90? Around now 93. That means there are others who don't have those those facilities. And perhaps now they go to relieve themselves through the bushes and the others, what we call overidentification. What are these contributing factors that make us not be able to realize what we want? First of all, it is the rapid growth, rapid population growth. We are saying that the facilities that we have, the growth that we have in terms of the facilities and the finances that we get is not matching the rapid population that we have. But why? Look at this. When you are planning or when you are designing for anything, you may realize that you actually design at the ultimate. You look at the population at this time, population during the future, and the ultimate. So does it mean that we are not actually designing according to how it's supposed to be done? Perhaps not. What I think is a problem is about finances. Finances are not adequate, and that is point number 2. The other things about the political disposition. Politicians are always thinking of sewerage systems. They are not actually looking at on-site sanitations. When you look at, even in some of the utilities that we have, you may realize that some of them, when you are talking about coming up with on-site sanitation to supplement that effort so that we can be able to attain the SDG 6, some of them are not willing to go that way. They want us to be able to think about sewerage systems, which perhaps we may not have enough money to be able to develop. The other things about, we don't have data on the cost of service. We may not have that data, and so that is the effort that we are trying to do, to make as the regulator, to make sure that we have adequate data that can be able to tell us where we are at the moment. The other thing is the private sector focus on high returns. When you involve the private sector, they are right, but they are only looking at what is it that can be able to make. Are they going to make some returns out of it? When they are looking at those high returns, then that makes things very difficult for us to be able to move very fast. So what are the effects when we fail it that way? You may realize that we have decline in access to adequate sanitation, that is one. We have high disease burden as a result of poor sanitation and huge service inequalities. So many people are not served as they are supposed to be. So what is required? We need to optimize financing. We increase and optimize financing. We improve investment planning. When we are planning, you may realize that people or most of the utilities together with the county government are not planning together with the national government. So there's a kind of a hazard kind of planning whereby people are planning alone, and therefore we have kind of duplication. When you don't plan together, you realize there's duplication on what is supposed to be done. And in so doing, you don't attain so much. We also need to embrace what we call container-based sanitation solutions, and also regulate non-sewered sanitation as another part. When I talk of non-sewered sanitation, in this case, I'm talking of on-site sanitation. Then we need to adopt and regulate what we call citywide inclusive sanitation. We'll be able to, at a point, we'll be able to know what is this we are talking about. We are calling citywide inclusive sanitation. So, how do we do sanitation, regulation of on-site sanitation? This is what we are saying is a guided, sanitation is guided. Regulation of on-site sanitation is guided by a number of policies and frameworks. And these are here. One is what we call the Kenya Environmental Sanitation and Hygiene Policy. That is the year 2016 to 2030. This policy provides a comprehensive framework for improving sanitation and hygiene across the country. And it aims at achieving universal access to improved sanitation by the year 2030. That's why I was saying, even when we have this policy, are we actually going to attain sanitation by the year 2030? There's another one we are calling the Kenya Environmental Sanitation Strategic Framework. This was for the year 2016 to 2030. Of course, it was there, right? But now we can say it is outlived because we are now past that. We are now talking of 2025. This framework was focusing on achieving open defecation free. Are we yet there? Most of the counties, some of them still are not open defecation free. That means now, even when we had this environmental sanitation strategic framework, we did not realize what was supposed to be done. The other one is National Sanitation Management Policy, and it was supposed to provide an enabling policy framework to enhance universal access and also equitable and sustainable sanitation services. Again, now we have what we call, services, water and sanitation services are devolved functions. We have two-tier governments. One is the national government, and the other one is the county governments. The county government has a role to play when it comes to sanitation, and that's why we are saying it plays a crucial role in regulating and managing on-site sanitation services. All those counties are also responsible for implementing national policies at the local and ensuring sanitation services are accessible to all residents in their areas of jurisdiction. Now, we have the national regulator, which is the Water Services Regulatory Board, and it's also mandated to oversee implementation of sanitation policies. The one we are talking about, to ensure compliance with the standards and the regulations. That is the role that is played by the organization that I work for. We had to discuss something on citywide inclusive sanitation. What is this? When we talk of citywide inclusive sanitation, we say it is an approach aimed at ensuring equitable, safe and sustainable sanitation services for everyone, especially in the urban setting. This citywide inclusive sanitation focuses on providing a range of sanitation solutions that are tailored to specific needs of course, of different communities, which includes sewerage and on-site sanitation systems. What we are seeing here, we used to have sewerage systems only at a point, and that's why we are saying that only about 16 of the counties have sewerage systems. There was a lot of emphasis on sewerage systems, and the people are not looking at how best they can be able now to look at something to supplement issues on sanitation. Going down the line, and we are looking at just the Vision 2030, which is just approaching, we realized we cannot be able to to attain that. So people and most of the utilities and anybody who is working now, including globally, we are looking at, are we able to attain this? No. If we are not going to attain the coverage in terms of sanitation, what are we supposed to do? Then we need to incorporate on-site sanitation services, which here means we need not to look at sewerage systems, which are actually very expensive. And therefore, the best approach now is to go on-site sanitation. OSS systems. We need to have those on-site sanitation services that are actually less and can be less expensive, and many people can be able to afford. So what we are saying here, the citywide inclusive sanitation emphasizes the improvement about the importance of services provision and the enabling environment, rather than just building infrastructure. What I mean here is that people are just, we used to build infrastructure, yes, but were these infrastructures accepted even at the community level? You remember there was those taboos with some kinds of communities whereby you cannot be able even to go where your grandmother or something like that is going. So you may not necessarily, we were building infrastructure that perhaps were not acceptable. So this means we need to focus on aspects like governance, financing, capacity building to create comprehensive and effective sanitation systems. People need to be capacity built. Where you thought you cannot go to a particular toilet, you find yourself going there. Where you thought you had a kind of a taboo that is actually restricting you to do that, you go there. Where you thought now you can defecate anywhere, you stop that. And now you focus on how best you can be able to improve on sanitation. This is what citywide inclusive sanitation is trying to emphasize on. So, why is regulation of citywide inclusive sanitation key? One, we have the national and the county governments. We've talked about that. And they are supposed to, we are looking at sanitation services as a right. We know sanitation, according to the Constitution, 2010, sanitation is a right. And therefore, we need to emphasize on how best we can be able to make sure that everybody has or is covered with sanitation, particularly on wastewater. I know sanitation is a wide field, because when we are talking of stormwater, when we are talking of garbage, that's another. But now specifically here, we've narrowed down to wastewater. And that is the mandate that is bestowed to WASREB, to Water Services Regulatory Board, to be able to regulate on that. Garbage can be maybe a county government issue, right? Stormwater could be something done by maybe urban and housing department. So it is specifically on wastewater. So another thing at the national level and also at the county level is to help regulate environmental management. We need to make sure that both at the county level, both at the national level, the environment is well taken care of. Otherwise, if we let all the waste just go into the environment without being treated carefully, then that brings a lot of problems. And the resultant, the impact is just diseases, which in turn would make the communities, the people that we have also fall sick. And at the end of the day, now you have a country which just people cannot be able to do anything. The other thing is about provide empirical justification for planning. There's that need. There's when you have the citywide inclusive sanitation, you can be able to decide. The stakeholders can be able to decide which way to go. Do they want to go sewerage? Do they want to go on-site sanitation? So where you think you need to apply the issue of a sewerage system, you go that way. Where you think it is on-site sanitation services that you need to render, because you may realize at the informal setting, you may not be able, some of those places are not accessible. So especially you cannot even be able to have a line sewage system going through that one. So you need to look at how best, this gives a justification for that. Now, at the regulatory level, why is it that there's that need for regulation of the citywide inclusive sanitation? One is to protect the low-income people, those customers at the low-income areas. That is at the informal settlements. You need to make sure that they are protected. And the protection here would come by way of making sure they are also served. If they are not served, then it's like having there was somebody who was trying to plant a plantation somewhere, and the nearby communities were actually planting a different species from what was planting. You can imagine what happens. Because of cross-pollination, what happens? You get what you don't need. So if these other people at the informal settlements do not have the right facilities, even the rich will cry, because they also contact those diseases that are surrounding them, isn't it? So there's need to protect those low-income areas by giving them services as well. We need to balance between access, affordability, and financial sustainability. We also need to appreciate the cost of service. The cost of service here would mean that we need to come up with a tariff. I give you that, I render you with that service, right? But you pay in turn. And this service, we also need to be, it has to be, I mean, the cost has also to be justified. We make sure that the consumers are not also exploited by the tariffs that we impose to these people. We also ensure level playing field for the private sector. The private sector also, because they are there, they want to invest. They need also to have an environment that is conducive for them to be able to invest. The other thing is about the utilities. The utilities here, we talk about the companies that we have, like the Nairobi Water, like Kirinyaga, like the Muranga, like any other utility where you come from. I think in one way or another, you are served by a particular water service provider. If it is Kiambu, there's also a utility there. If it is Nakuru, there's also another one there. And therefore, these utilities need to improve the operational efficiencies in terms specifically on sanitation part. They also need what we call cross-subsidization of the low-income consumers. What do we mean here? The low-income consumers, when we are coming up with our tariff, we make sure that there is what we call the rising block, and there is what we call the lifeline for those consumers who are not able to afford so much. So they are supposed to be cross-subsidized by the other people who are heavy consumers, who are also there to be, I mean, who are being given that service. So there's what we call cross-subsidization. And the other thing is about partner. We need to partner with the private sector. The issues of the PPP is here with us, and therefore it's very important to partner with them so that where we feel we cannot be able to, I mean, we need some kind of support, they can be able to supplement that effort. Private sector, again, there is also another part of private sector. These ones are expecting what we call predictability. The environment where they are operating in has to be predictable. You don't have to have something today, tomorrow you have changed. Somebody has come to invest, fine, and then after a while, you change the status. That means now if the environment is not predictable, they are not supposed to come and invest. And therefore, we are there, and that is the need as to why we need to regulate citywide inclusive sanitation as the regulator. Number two is about the interest of the organization. We need to formalize sanitation services. Okay? Now, we go to what we call, how far are we when it comes to what we are calling citywide inclusive sanitation as in Kenya? One, we have the policies. There's the appreciation of the need to focus both on seaward sanitation, seaward and non-seaward sanitation services. Okay. There's the establishment of sanitation department at the ministry that has been done also. There is the review of regulatory framework to incorporate non-seaward sanitation services. There is what we call the coherent service delivery models for both the seaward and sanitation services. And there's also what we call, what we have done, what has been done so far is also the data on sanitation collected and reported annually. We actually collect data and report annually on the coverage. There is what we call introduction of sanitation levy. so that now we can be able now to make sure that those people who have a problem with the sanitation issues are covered in that way. There was a study that was done, and the people are saying that provided that this money is ring-fenced and is doing the right thing, they are willing to pay. There's adoption and upscaling of statewide inclusive sanitation services assessment planning 2, and what we call a statewide inclusive sanitation guideline. So the principles are the same. I may not be able to do that. You can read that for yourselves, because we say everyone in urban setting, including the urban poor, should benefit from equitable, safe sanitation services. There's also what we call human waste is safely managed. And finally, political will and accountability systems. Incentivize service improvement in planning, capacity, and leadership. This may not be very important because there's no time. I'm seeing time is very limited, but you can read yourself very fast. So what do we target? What is our target when we are talking about the issues of sanitation? These are the many people that are targeted. These are the stakeholders. One is the policy maker. We have the local governments. We have the decision makers. We have the service providers. We have the NGOs. We have the regulators, private sector, and the consultants. That is the target when it comes to the issues of sanitation, sanitation generally. What are these factors that are affecting CWIS? One is what we've talked about, rapid population growth in cities. We have also the poor sanitation facilities, and again, the poor infrastructure planning. That's why I had to emphasize that if we are to plan very well and avoid duplication, things will be done in a better way. Now, for us to be able to realize this, what are the financing options that we have? The financing options that we have. One is, of course, when you are calculating the tariffs, it is just tariff is actually the costs versus the revenue that you'll be able to generate. Once you are able to match that and be able to break even, then already you can say you have your tariff. For us now to be able to achieve something when it comes to sanitation, we are looking at what we call the 4 T's. One is the tariff. The other one is what we call taxes. Then there are transfers and the trade. Those are the 4 T's that we apply when it comes to looking at how best you can be able to cover all the costs on sanitation component. Then there's incentives and opportunities for the private sector. We have what we call 3 models, where we say they have the greatest potential for the private sector. One is the containment service business model. The containment service, in the service in the sanitation value chain, we have what we call the containment part of it. We have treatment. No, we have transport. We have treatment. Then we have also what we call after treatment. We can be able to then disposal, and then we can also have the reuse. So here, the private sector can look at the containment service business model there at the containment, whereby the containment here would mean are we able to look at things to do with the toilets themselves, the pit latrines that we have. That is the part of the containment. They can be able to look at that, whether constructing those pit latrines and the others, the septic tanks, the cesspools and the like. Then they can have a business there. Then there's also what we call the emptying and transportation services model. They can also be able to look at whether to empty and transport that waste through a designated point for treatment. That could also form some business for the private sector. Then you can also have a combination of both the containment, emptying, transportation, treatment, and reuse. And then by doing all that completely, you can also form a business, and they can be able to do a good job there. What do they require? relatively low investment is required in incorporating operation and maintenance costs. They have more potential to get external financial support. Those are the things that we may require, particularly if we have no supportive legal and financial instruments and scheme available. So in summary, what am I saying? Here, service providers, both private and public, should have the mandate to provide service accompanied by the duty to give account for results. As we actually regulate these utilities that we have, we make sure that that responsibility that is bestowed on them, they are supposed to account. They are not given something to do, but yet they don't account on it. Otherwise, if they are not accounting on anything, that means they are bound to fail. More investment to do necessarily increases access. There's need for technology paradigm shift and finding the right mix of seaward and non-seaward systems. Okay, then there's the data from regulatory services to inform planning and hence drive optimization of resources. If we get good data in terms of sanitation, we can be able now to make informed decisions and be able to have every other person who is planning on anything to do the right thing. Then CYS will address the service inequalities as well as and ensure better cross-subsidization. What we are saying here, we need not actually deal with issues of seaward only. We need also to look at the on-site sanitation, and this was the emphasis. On-site sanitation services is very important. So once we have all this, we can be able to do a good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation, a bit lengthy, but I believe we have been able to get important information on what the regulation policy and the regulation environment is like for sanitation in our country. So at this point, I will ask anyone with any pressing question. We will do this, let's try and do this in the next 10-15 minutes so that we give the afternoon session opportunity to also give us their presentation. So questions kindly, let's be brief.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon. My name is Edwin. I have two questions, one for Ms. Lucy Wanjiku and the other one for the presenter who just spoke. So in this sequential batch reactor technology, over time, having been in this industry, I've understood that the success of our wastewater treatment and technologies depend on an understanding also of our consumption patterns. It's good you've said you modify to the local context, but there is the issue of the flow rate and the volumes. How much, because I know it's a function of also time. So how much does your technology is able to compensate for the high flow rate of effluent vis-a-vis the size of the system, and what is the average resident time for that system? Like when a waste is flushed now, how much it takes to get out? I believe that is clear. My question to Mr. Maluki, I'm impressed that you are one among the few Kenyans who can still talk about introducing levies in Kenya at this stage and not being scared. I've heard you talk about a sanitation levy, but that is not my question. I just wanted to ask, you've talked about data. You've mentioned the data almost 3 or 4 times if I listened to you. Now, part of the problem we have with pollution and just waste going out is because of also failed systems. It's not necessarily as a result of lack of sanitation, but we have a lot of technologies and systems in Kenya that have also failed. So how much is your data as you look at the coverage? How much is your data capturing the, like we can have some form of a compendium of the technologies that are there, their failures, their challenges, so that even the populace can be able to refer from that as they try to invest in a technology, an on-site technology that works for them. Thank you.
Kindly, quick, short responses.
Interesting. Yeah. Thank you for the great questions. I will start with the easier one, which I think I had covered. Maybe you missed that point. So the resident time is 8 hours from when the sewage gets to the aeration basin and it's processed. It's in 8 hours you get clean treated water. About the flow rates and the peak volumes, it's also catered for in the first two, the pre-equalization and buffer chamber. That is the purpose of managing peak flows. And it's one of the key areas of our Kenyan customization. Because of the frequent power outages, we also go ahead and think, what if there were not to be power supply? What would be the retention capacity of those basins? So we design up to 3 days. In case there was no power outage, up to 3 days, the system will still stay put. But beyond 3 days, now you would have to call an exhauster to evacuate the volumes because they'll have exceeded the retention time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that question about data. I talked about data several, of course, and you've said that there are failed systems, which also makes the situation even more worse. Once you look at one of the things that we are doing ourselves as WASREB, we have what we call much data. We have tried to collect some of the facilities that we have around the country, and we want to integrate this with other systems, with other, with other agencies that are also playing some role in terms of sanitation, so that now we have a holistic kind of data that we can be able to say this is something that anybody who wants to make a decision on sanitation can be able to employ. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Unfortunately, again, I'll shoot my questions to the two presenters. Sorry for that. To Lucy, I believe that you're also marketing your products when you're here with us. These are all your potential customers, and probably I'll be the first one. Could you kindly share with us a feel of the prices? I know it's a packed basket, but you can give us a price range based on the volumes. And Francis Maluki, thank you so much for that presentation, but there's something that I really prayed that you could have talked about. Number one, we actually have a problem. The counties are getting a lot of money from the exchequer. Could you probably shed some light? I don't know what metrics you are going to use, but what is the allocation per county, or the best performing and the poor performing counties? You may not name them, but you can just say the first and the last. In terms of the budgets, how much are they budgeting for water supply vis-a-vis wastewater management? Specifically, I would also want you to talk about R&D, research and development in WASREB, because I expect one thing. In every county, the county physical strategy paper is available and it's online. WASREB could have downloaded and looked at it, probably tried to check how much allocation they have for these particular line budgets, the water supply vis-a-vis the wastewater management, in order for us to address the problem that we are facing. Otherwise, we'll continue complaining that, oh, we are not doing much, and yet the counties have a lot of money. Thank you.
So as I said, we design for every project and come up, it depends on the volumes of wastewater per day. But if I may pick a residential home as an example, We have two versions. It can be a retrofit into an existing septic, or it could be a fresh new installation. So you're talking of an average of between 450K upwards, VAT exclusive, but again, every price is customized depending on the site. I said capacity. I said I have to compute per capacity.
Okay, thank you for that good question about the monies that we need to get to know where they go, especially at the which are drawn from the exchequer, going to the county governments, and which are supposed to be related on water and sanitation. I want to tell you that if you look at Section 108 of the Water Act 2016, you may realize that the county government are given that responsibility to be able to prepare a capital works plan and submit to WASREB annually. Actually, this is a budget that they are supposed to do for 5 years, and they are supposed to review it on an annual basis, which they've not been doing. So in that case, we may not have exact results, exact money that is supposed to be done for the water and sanitation, because this is something that has been given to them to do, but we are trying to make some follow-up to make sure that at the end of the day, they need to give us those capital work plans that they need to relate on both the water and sanitation, which has not been done yet. So at the moment, I may not have exact figures of what each county government has actually budgeted for water and sanitation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Faith, representing Water Resources Authority. My question goes to the EcoSave and EcoCycle. And I won't speak like an engineer. I'll just speak as a water resource person. The rivers in Nairobi, because I've seen many people having the photos there. So just generally, you have talked about introduction of microorganisms in the systems and so forth. My interest is one. Do these microorganisms break down hydrocarbons, pharmaceutical residues, and other emerging issues in our wastewater? Because remember, we have a lot of research done where there are several residues of pharmaceuticals and other industrial residues. The other question, though it was asked partially, I did not see the challenges of both systems or whatever is being sold as a product, the challenges, because there is the lifespan. There is somebody who said that we have failed systems. What if we invest in this? What if, as a water resource, when I'm monitoring the wastewater and I recommend a certain system, within 2 years, within 3 years, it has gone down? What will I go and tell that person as a regulator? So I think I should see, probably, I should hear those challenges. Then, considering mostly we are basing our arguments on the urban centers, the space. Look at Kileleshwa, look at these other areas. Where is the space? Especially for those two systems, I've seen it really consumes a lot of space. Then finally, anticipation of changes in terms of policy. What if the constructions policy changes? What if the political grounds changes? What is that anticipation in terms of those technology? Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer, for those good questions. My name is Daniel Wanjoke. I'm a lead expert, so that my response is both on the environmental aspect and also on the commercial aspect. It is true, some of the systems that we have been exposed to in the past have not lived beyond 5 years. And it is you, the buyer, who normally decides how long the system should run. I know most of what they call biodigesters give you 3 years to 5 years, and it is in written, in fine print, that this system will last 3 to 5 years. However, some will tell you that it is going to last a lifetime. My lifetime, I'm almost 70. Maybe 5 years would be my lifetime. If I do a system that lasts 5 years, well, the contract would have been served. I can also make sure that if you are 30, I can make you die in 5 years' time out of stress. So the system can serve you for the lifetime. However, as an environmentalist and for purpose sustainability, the system should be based on the lifetime of the project, not my lifetime. That way, this building here, the person who constructed this building does not expect it to go down in the next 30 years. It couldn't even do 200 years. If you've been to all of the Ivy League universities, they are more than 300 years, 400 years. So a project lifetime, your project shouldn't, your wastewater treatment system shouldn't go down before your project. In actual fact, according to the decommissioning report on your EIA, the fundis who will be bringing down, the carpenter, the masons, and those people who demolish will be using your sanitation system as they are bringing down your building. So your building, your sanitation system should be 500 years plus 1. If your building is going to last 500 years, plus 1 for the decommissioning process to happen. However, even engineers here, read that section where it says this system will go down in 7 years. I've been in this industry for 14 years. Many of my friends, the people who started doing biodigesters in 2010, were doing border in 2012. Those who joined in 2016, by 2017, 2018, they were already doing other businesses. Why? The system fails. The first one to fail, you call me and I know I can't handle that. So I have to change my phone number and discard that SIM card. So you as an investor won't reach me. A good wastewater system, as an environmentalist, shouldn't last less than 200 years. That is the same thing that happens with the municipal treatment plant. Because we are using masonry, concrete, and in my system, the EcoSafe system, we don't do pumps. You only introduce a pump for your own purpose to help you recover the water and use it, recycle it. But my system should run without a pump for the entire period. There was a question about space.
Brief.
Very brief. The space you require for our system is your parking lot. You can afford a parking lot for a saloon car, you will manage your waste, and our system should sit under your parking lot. It does not require extra space. For those who want to think about citywide, all our roads, beneath our roads should be wastewater treatment systems that give water at the end of the system, and they introduce on the other side. There's no bad odor. Those who have encountered our systems, there's no odor. The system can be used for a parking lot. You can install on top of it a tennis court, whatever you would like to do, because it does not smell. That's what the advantage of using the microorganisms we have proposed. I think I've covered that part of the question which required me to answer.
Okay.
The pharmaceutical, sorry? Oh. When Madam Jane invited me, she talked about low technology. I'm not going to tell you this low technology. This is the highest technology nature has invented for its own. It's not mine, I don't own this. It's biological. Since the times of Abraham, those many cows that died in the Maasais, all the animals that have died in the past, they've been broken down by this material. A combination of these bacteria are able to break down a whole cow, bones, hooves, whatever. Petroleum products, Some of the products we are complaining about are those antibiotics. So they are made of carbon-to-carbon molecules. They'll be broken by this. However, we don't understand why you use mothballs, naphthalene, or a benzene molecule to manage your rhinos, which has so much damage to your body, more than the cigarette. Yet when you go, what do you call those rooms? Restrooms. You don't call, those are torture chambers. You actually can die in those rooms. We're calling the uriners. But our product is able to handle that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. I can see a lot of interest and a lot of questions. Please hold. We continue with the presentation. Then we will have another session where I will allow even those who want to ask the people who have already presented. Kindly allow us to continue the presentations so that we are able to cover on time. I would want to recognize the presence of the Acting Director, General NEMA, Marian Kyoko, who has just arrived. Another issue which I did forget to mention, we are taking photos and videos. There is streaming going on. Anybody who has any reservations, kindly let the Secretariat through Jane know so that your image or your photo is not shared. So kindly, if you have any reservations for your image being seen beyond this room, let Jane know that. Sorry for that, we should have informed you early, but I think it's not late. So now we move into the actual afternoon session where we have international image being seen and presentations. And we would like to start with the presentation from Japan. Professor Kumikawa will be speaking to us this afternoon. Professor Kumikawa is a member of the TC224 Working Group 8, an expert from Japan representing the Japan interests in that working group. He received his doctorate degree from Tokyo University in 1991. He joined JEAC in 1995 and conducts research in decentralized domestic wastewater treatment, organic waste recycling and treatment. He has been involved in the activities of TC224 on-site domestic wastewater services since 2011. He is active in international cooperation with the Asian Development Bank, Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, Asian Pacific Water Forum, Japan Sanitation Consortium, and developing countries for sanitation improvement. Professor Kumokawa will be making a presentation to us this afternoon, and this is on the Japanese system, and the title of the presentation is Japan Decentralized Domestic Wastewater Treatment Facility, JOCASWA, and their applications overseas. Welcome.
Thank you, Professor Mulala. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kumokawa Shinhi. As a Japanese name is maybe difficult for you. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm very happy to be here to have an opportunity to introduce the Japanese decentralized domestic wastewater system, JOCASWA. In my presentation, I have 5 topics that's shown here. First, as for JOCASWA is a Japanese word, and okay, so it's basically the compact package plant. In European countries, we use a package plant. It's just a small sewage system treatment, STP. Okay, so you use anaerobic microorganism and aerobic microorganism, and for some normal sedimentation, and last it should be disinfection. Okay, use a chlorine tablet. Okay, so as you in the right side, so the Jokaso treat all the wastewater from the house for kitchen, washing machine, and some other bus tube, everything. All wastewater, including the gray water and the black water. Okay, so it's this is the main difference between the septic tank and the Jokaso. Okay. However, in Japan, we also have a public sewage system. It's a very big population coverage, more than 80%. But besides the sewage system, we have this decentralized system. In rural areas, for the village, we have a rural sewage system. And in Jokaso is mainly installed in a house to treat the wastewater from a house, but it can also be used for treating wastewater from the buildings or some commercial facilities. Okay. However, we have an old type Jokaso, which is just treat the black water many years ago, but now it's not accepted to install new installation. And also we have a very, very old type storage tank, just not flush toilets. Okay, so just to show here, the new installation is stopped from the year 2001, and the old type of storage tank is no more new installation for many years ago. And what the situation in Japan about the on-site situation and the central treatment system? And you see the left picture, the sewage system coverage about 80% or more population, and another less than 20% is covered by the Jokaso system, and the very small population, 6.7 is used the old type of Jokaso, which is just to treat the black water and the sewage tank. So for the population, use the old type of Jokaso and the sewage tank is a very big issue for us because the great water was not allowed treated and discharged directly. And for the right side, the picture, you can show in the big city, there's nearly no Jokaso. Okay, no Jokaso. But in the small town, the very high population and percentage. Okay, but in the average of the country is 93.3 of the coverage population. Okay, it's very high. Okay. But we still have very big challenges on the old type Jokaso, how to transfer them. You can see this picture here. So we have a Jokaso, just the green, orange graph, but in the lower graph is the old type Jokaso. So we have a very big number. So in the fiscal year 2022, there's a Jokaso 2.2 million Jokaso, and the old type is 3.5 million Jokaso. So very big number. So all this Jokaso should be operation and maintenance by the private companies. Okay, so they have a big Jokaso industry in Japan. Okay. Okay, and for the Jokaso technology, so the Jokaso can be classified in the 1 to 12. So the category 1 is just for small Jokaso with a P less than 50. Okay, but for the 6 to 11 is just for Jokaso with PE larger than 51. Okay. So the treatment process is standardized in this standard. So for the small Jokaso with PE population equivalent less than 50, they have 3 processes. Okay, and all the Jokaso should treat the wastewater with BOD less than 20 milligram per liter and remove the BOD more than 90%. Okay, that is the standard regulated by the law. Okay, so all this treatment process shown here is a standard. So there were detailed requirements on each process. So the manufacturer can make Jokaso according to this standard. So then it will be checked by the regulator. And this is if this Jokaso included in this standard, you can do it and pass and be certified. Okay. Okay. So for Jokaso, we have two important issues. One is the scale, where you have to see whether between the 50 and the more than 50 PE, they're different. So for the small one, it's just only for less than 10 PE, normally for household, for houses. But for Jokaso, more than 11, it should be used for commercial facilities, just for convenience store, school, or Japanese style hotel, or hospital, everything. Where there's no network, sewage network. In Japan, the law decided the area. So if the area is for public sewage system, there will not install Jokaso. However, outside this sewage area, so you should install a Jokaso. That is Japan's situation. And another, how to decide the size is very important, because when you construct a building, you don't know the wastewater amount, all right? But you know the use of this building. So, for example, if this is a houses, by the standard, if the floor square is more than 130 square meter, you should use 7P Jokaso. Or if this house is shared by 2 families, so it will be installed, you should install 10P Jokaso. Unless that, you can just install a 5P Jokaso. Okay, this is our. For everything complex or some other use of the building, they have a very detailed requirement and calculated estimation methods shown in this standard. Very, very detailed, very detailed. However, for the Jokaso included in standard, we can, as it's just a document check, you can get the certification. But however, the manufacturer want to develop a new Jokaso out of the scope of the standard. So this Jokaso should receive another testing system. We call it treatment performance evaluation. Okay, evaluation testing. It's just right side. Okay. Okay, this shows how this testing system. Okay, so first you have the category testing method. So there's 3 category. First is a short-term test with temperature control, and the second is a field assessment test, and the third is the field assessment test 2. So I just focused on the first one, short-term test with temperature control, as shown here. The temperature will be controlled in 13 degree and 20 degree, because in Japan we have very cold areas. Okay, unlike in Kenya, you just maybe you don't need a very low temperature test. Okay, and the raw wastewater will be the concentration of the BOD or some pollution items will be controlled by that table. So for example, BOD should be 180 to 220. But in European, very more high concentration, I think. Yeah. So I say okay. And another one is inflow pattern. So because in a house, the water discharge different, varied, hour to hour. So that's a very high peak coefficient. In Jokaso, we asked the Jokaso can treat the wastewater in peak coefficient about 6. That means the average our wastewater amount plus 6 times. So that's this high peak is that minimum, okay? And the process should be a low temperature for about 8 weeks, and then we will be up to 20 degrees for about 8 weeks. So total 6 weeks is necessary at least. If you use 2 Jokaso apparently receive the testing, it will half. 8 weeks is left. So for the manufacturer, they can get the certification using this scheme. You can get the test about 4 months. And if you want more shortly, you use the 2 Jokaso, it will be 2 months. You can get the certification. And the third topic is installation operation and of maintenance of Jokaso. So for the construction or install, because the Jokaso we have manufactured product, and as well as we have another is a RC on-site construction. But I just show you the products of Jokaso, the standard procedures is just showing here. So all this construction producer is based on the Jokaso installation technical standard, which is regulated by the law. So it's very strictly. And for the private company, if you want to join this business, you have 2 things you have to do. You have to get the certified technicians. As you hear there, at the right side, the certified Jokaso installation worker, which will be certified by the MIRT, the Ministry of the Land Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism. It's a big ministry in Japan. And then we will get the registration from the governor of the prefecture, I mean the state, okay, behind the manufacturer and the municipalities and the central government, okay. Then you can start your construction, Jokaso construction business. Okay, for the OM, it's quite difficult, complex. So the Jokaso manager is just as a house owner or the building's owner, or the building's owner. Okay, so he was asked to, or interested, or the Jokaso OM mentor and the discharge hunter to do the work, and also he will request the NAGO inspection agency to give the NAGO inspection. Okay. If the Jokaso is a very big one, more than 501 or more PE. So you should hire a technical supervisor to manage all these things. This is the scheme of, regulated by the JOGASO Act. Okay. And for the OM frequency, the law have some regulations. The frequency depends on the treatment process and the size of the JOGASO. For the normal JOGASO, for the household JOGASO, it's just you need 3 times a year to get the JOGASO OM maintenance. Okay. For the big one, for example, the activated sludge process, you should do, the JOGASO should receive OM every week. That's the difference. And for the private company who want to join this maintenance business, so they have also they have two things have to do. One, to hire the certified JOGASO operator, which is certified by the Ministry of the Environment. And another one is to get the registration from the governor or the mayor. This mayor is a big city. For example, the Yokohama or some very big city. Okay. So then they can start their OM business. In this case, and also in the construction ventures, because you get the registration just in the prefecture, so the business area is limited in the prefecture. So if you want to go to another prefecture to do the business, you have to get another registration. Okay. And the last one, another one is the dislodging business, empty business. Because empty in Japan is very, the traditional and very important business. And because it's get good money, but it's not all the people can do it or want to do it. Okay. So in this case, the company should be approved by the major municipality level. So normally in one municipality have only one company, dislodging company. Okay. So this is the requirement on the approval is showing the table. And another organization is a designated inspection agency who is a private sector, but she's doing the public work for the government, because this legal inspection work should do by the government. But the government have so many people to do that. It's designated the inspection agency to do this work. So, okay. So in this agency, they have to hire the JOGASO inspector, is a certified technician. Okay, the fourth topic is about training. So as I will show you, there are many technicians engaged in JOGASO business. So as the JOGASO installation worker, JOGASO operator, technician supervisor, JOGASO inspector, or JOGASO technicians. Okay. Okay. So to get this certification, you have 2 ways. One is to pass the national examination, okay, the examination, and another one to receive the training course. Okay. So our company, JCS, is just the examination and training agency. Just only one agency in Japan. That's our business, main business. So this example of the training course for the JOGASO operator and the JOGASO installation worker. For the JOGASO operator training course, you see they have about 2-week training course, and the curriculum is just showing here. So we provide the training course And at the end, you have to pass the test, the person. Okay. The same is for the training course for qualifying Jokaso installation worker. So it's very short because these people, to receive this installation work, have another certification on the piping, plumbing certificate. They have a good knowledge on the piping, plumbing system, plumbing. So we just provide some training to the Jokaso. So they have construction and plumbing knowledge. These people is also have another certification. Okay, the last topic is about Jokaso overseas business. This is the worldwide map showing the Jokaso, how many Jokaso installed in each country. This data is the December 2026, no, 2023, sorry. Okay, so you can see in Kenya, according to the manufacturer association, there are about 166 units of a small one, and middle to largest Jokaso 12 units. But I don't think it's a correct number. But I just show you here, much more than this number maybe. Okay. However, you can see in yellow corner, those countries installed Jokaso more than 100 or more. Okay, so I will show you some top 8 countries about the Jokaso installation. The first one is China. China used Jokaso for rural wastewater treatment. Okay, later I will give an example. So it's at a much big number of more than 33,000 Jokaso. But almost of them is household Jokaso, 5 PE. And the United States and Australia is similar. It's just for household. But I don't know in rural area or not rural. But in the United States, there are very big number of on-site treatment population. Yeah, Australia, maybe I don't know, but there's not so big market. But in the United States, there are very high increase. You can see this graph. Minimum every year they have 22,000 or more Jokaso increase. Okay, thank you. And India and Myanmar and Vietnam, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, in these countries they use Jokaso for small scale wastewater treatment, small sewage system treatment. And also there are many project and business and some factory showing this here, this picture. So you can know the Jokaso manufacturers just expanding their business in the ASEAN. Also they do their business in Australia, or US, or Europe. Okay, this is an example for the China, because this is a village, very densely, but it's not suitable for the piping. Okay, so they just install more than 100 Jokaso and share 200. They installed 5 to 55 Jokaso shared by the 100 families. Okay. Okay, there's another activities for the Jokaso manufacturers. This Fujikura company, maybe you know, in the America and the US and Europe. So you just do their business to replace the old aged septic tank in that area. Also, Daikin is just doing in Kenya. They do install Jokaso. I just show you here, and in this company just doing their business in some limited area in developing countries, just tourism sightseeing areas or some water supply resources areas. Yeah. And this Kubota is very famous company. So also I heard from the persons, they also install Jokaso in Kenya. Okay, thank you very much. If you want to get detailed information, you can use this link because you can get some video or some document in English. And also you can download this document from the website. This is a website of Ministry of the Environment of Japan. Okay. Thank you very much.
So the question is on-site only in developing countries? I think the answers we are now getting. We also have on-site wastewater treatment, even in the developed countries. So the next presenter will be Frederick Kate. I have known him for quite a while. He's a friend of mine. I'll not introduce him. Give us a presentation on experience with on-site domestic wastewater management in Austria. Kate?
Thank you. So, thank you very much for being that I can be here today and give this presentation. To my person, I am a professional engineer. I graduated in 1980 from the University of Applied Life Science and Natural Resources Management in Vienna, Austria, the BOKU University. And I've been a professional consultant since 1989. And I've been from 2005 to 2025, I was a director of the GWC Interrival consulting company, which is an international consulting company for water, wastewater, and waste management. I've been involved in standardization on the European and ISO level since 1991, and it's been a very interesting experience and a very rich enriching experience. Today I want to talk about Austria's experience with on-site domestic wastewater systems and management. Please understand this is not I don't understand this as a model for anyone else, because I think every country, every society has its own challenges and its own needs. But this is how it happened in Austria, so I'll explain it, give you an overview of the development. So, to introduce Austria, which is not Australia, because we don't have kangaroos. Now, but we're in Europe. Austria is a small country in Central Europe. We've been a member of the European Union since 1995. Our population is about 9 million, so it's quite small, 84,000 square kilometers, with a density of about 109 persons per kilometer. However, that's not really the case, because we're a very mountainous country with the Alps, so in the settled areas, the population density is much higher. Austria is a federal republic. We have 9 state governments, and we have a total of over 2,200 municipalities, which have their own elected mayor and councils. This is important because the municipalities are actually responsible for water supply and for wastewater. The legal framework. As a member of the European Union, we are subject to the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive. This is valid for all countries in the European Union. In addition, we have our Austrian federal law, the Water Act, and we have the General Water Ordinance, which gives specified the limits of discharge limits and things like that. There are also state laws. The state law, the sewer connection laws, they define when people have to connect to the sewer, what areas these are, and also they give regulation on the tariff situation and how tariffs can be set. And then on the municipality level, there are the building ordinances. These are important for all when you're non-sewered and when you have a cesspool or something like that, then that is under the building ordinances and not under the water law. This shows the development of waste management in Austria. 1970, we had a connection rate to the sewers of less than 50%, and naturally we had over 50% on-site sanitation in that case. And in the developing since then till 2022, where I have had the last data, we have a connection rate of 96.2% to sewer systems and to urban wastewater treatment plants. And not connected, only 3.8% of the population. The main reasons is that we have, since 1995, the European directive, which says that we have to have an urban wastewater treatment plant for all settlements, agglomerations that are more than 2,000 population equivalent. So that means quite a dense sewer system in the country. Then the Austrian water law is actually very strict on how you can discharge into to rivers or into the groundwater. And then we have the sewer connection laws. Like I said, sewer connection within the certain areas, delineed areas, is mandatory. So people have to connect in these areas. So this means that we reached this 96.2%. I just looked at the development of GDP in that time. GDP in Austria in 1970 was 15.4 billion. In GDP 2023 was 516 billion. So this development of the sewers was made possible by an immense economic development. On-site wastewater systems are in these 33.8% of the population. These are small hamlets, they maybe 4 or 5 houses, scattered individual farmsteads. There's a lot of those, and buildings in mountainous areas, mountain huts and that are used for tourism and that. So they need some sort of system to take care of their wastewater. The wastewater from these areas are small wastewater treatment plants, less than 50 PE. That's for site. And watertight cesspools. These are very restricted now, and these contents are disposed into larger treatment plants, or sometimes used in agricultural recycling under special conditions and under very strict laws. So wastewater treatment you have actually 3 options. You have to connect to a wastewater treatment plant. There's 193 plants larger than 50 PE. That's 6.6 of all the treatment plants in the country, and they serve 8.6 million of the population. And the other on-site plants, less than 50 PEs, there's 27,500 of them. That means 93% of all plants are smaller than 50 PE. There's no on the cesspools that are not available. But these on-site treatment and cesspools serve only 360,000 people in Austria. So it means from the population size, it's not so big issue, but on the other hand, because there are so many plants, it's very necessary to have a strict regime of these plants to prevent local pollution in streams, usually small streams, or in the groundwater. What technologies are used? There are a range of technologies. Primary treatment only, 22.7%. These are a residue of the earlier times. Before 1992, it was possible to install only primary treatment. And since many of these plants have an unlimited license, it's been very difficult to get rid of them, even though it's a policy to try to change them to a higher technology. Conventional active sludge, that's 25.6%. The SBR is 19.1%, and the vertical flow wetlands 20.2%. And the other ones, trickling bed, fixed bed, soil filter, and membrane reactors, rotating biological contractor. Those are, as you see, they're not that widespread. So these are the 4 technologies, but it must be said that the SBR is becoming more and more popular. So the primary treatment, like I said, is not allowed anymore to make new plants like this. You only had you settled it, and it's a septic. They're not allowed anymore. The conventional active sludge, there's 7,000 plants. They're prefabricated plants of different manufacturers. Actually, the case is you can install whatever plant you like as long as it fulfills the requirements of the discharge limits. So that's a lot of different technologies who are vying for the market. Sequence batch reactors we heard today already, 5,000 plants, and over 5,000 plants are vertical flow wetlands, where you discharge the water into the into the soil filters, and then go to your discharge. In this case, you always have to have a mechanical pre-treatment. Otherwise, you'll block up your filters. So those are the 4 main kinds of plant. But if we look at it more in detail, we see that plants less than 500 PE, the great majority of them are only less than 5 or from 5 to 10. So they are serving 1 or 2 households, not more than that. So these plants are usually operated by the persons themselves who installed them. So that's very important that they do this in a very proper and appropriate manner. If we look at the treatment plants, they're spread out differently in Austria. The darker areas, there's a lot of individual farms, and also the state governments of 2 of the states were more lenient in on-site plants than in other states. It's also it's interesting that on the western side, that's the small part that goes out here. It's a very mountainous area, but you see that there's rather few on-site plants. That's because it is a high tourist area, and in order to provide the tourists amenities that they expect, you almost even more remote hotels, and they have connected to the sewer plants. Design and operation and maintenance. In any case, a permit is necessary. A permit according to water law. This permit is usually only given for 15 years now. There's no more unlimited permits. So this means the authority has the possibility after 15 years to say, okay, your plant is still okay, or say, no, your plant is not okay and you have to improve it. Organic matter removal and nitrogen is required in all the the treatment plants. I'm not talking about the septic tanks. They're outside of this. This is just the treatment. The usual concentration limits are 90 milligram COD, 25 milligram BOD, and 10 milligram ammoniac. So these can be modified according to the discharge, to the receiving water. If it's a more sensitive water, then a higher level of treatment can be required. There are two design guidelines. One is, there are Austrian standards. One is for technical plants, and the other one is for treatment wetlands. And in any case required by the authorities is that the operation and maintenance. Oh, thank you. Operation and maintenance is undertaken either by a professional company, or the operator has to have a training course that gives so he knows how to treat his plant and how to run his plant. So in addition to that, there are monitoring requirements. The self-monitoring means you have to make a weekly routine check of your plant, see if everything's working in working order, if there's no obvious problems. Then monthly you have to do sampling and analysis yourself. So you have to check temperature, pH, ammonium, nitrogen content, settle solid, sludge volume. So you see in the picture, people can get a sort of set that gives them all the equipment they need to do these themselves. And these monitoring results, any operation and maintenance work that is undertaken has to be put into an operations diary. So they have to keep a logbook of all their activities and of all the results of this self-monitoring. And external monitoring is done every year. If the plant has been working well, then maybe it can be extended to 2 years. And all the above are checked, in addition also BOD and COD. The external monitor, who is either a professional engineer or a certified laboratory, they check also the operations diary, see if it is complete, and check the self-monitoring data. And all this is reported to the relevant authorities. These are the agencies on state levels. And they can evaluate, usually they evaluate if there's any kind of, you have to report if there's any deficiencies, and if there's no deficiencies, this information is stored. So, I mentioned training for operators. Training is done by the Austrian Water and Wastewater and Waste Association. They organize these courses, and the technical content is from the Bokel University. It's my university. And there's a course for the small wastewater treatment plants. It's 1.5 days. 10 courses are done per year, so there's all the new operators have a chance to get to these courses. They have theoretical knowledge of the biological treatment, the basic the operation and maintenance, and then they have practical introduction to sampling and analysis. They do this at a treatment plant that has a laboratory. The field trips are also done to other small wastewater treatment plants of different technologies, so they get an idea what these are like. And the fundamental legal requirements are also given to them in this course. And there are special courses for treated wetlands because they have a different technology. So, and the efficiency of these small plants. We looked at, there was a study done on the proficiency, the performance evaluation in the state of Upper Austria, where they looked at all these data that was sent in from the individual plants by the external monitors. And the result of this evaluation is that all technologies can fulfill the threshold limits. If you look at it, BOD 25 milligram, there were 14,200 roughly values, and only 44 were above the threshold. It's less than 0.3%. and the same COD 0.9%, and ammonium 2.5%. Just mentioned about the conventional aerated system and the CBRD. There were no differences. They had the same amount of, so it's not that any either one was better than the other. So, conclusions. We have a large number for us of small wastewater treatment plants, but they only serve 3.8% of the population. It's a very small part of the population. The most common technologies are conventional aerated systems, vertical flow wetlands, and SPR systems. We have design guidelines that facilitate the permission process. That means if the manufacturer or the person who is delivering the system can show that they fulfill the requirements of the standards, then it's easy to get a permit. If they don't have this, then they have to go through a more detailed process and have it their plant certified. A contract for operation maintenance, either a contract with the professional company is necessary, or they have to take the training course. Training courses have raised the awareness and have improved the operation and maintenance of these plants over the years. This has been studied and proven. And so that is a very important. If you have on-site systems, you must have some system of training for the operators. There's a requirement for self and external monitoring and reporting, very important also. And in our case, the small wastewater treatment plants fulfill the required effluent limits. So this makes it not such a big problem at the moment in Austria. What are the future developments? It's unlikely that there will be more, that the sewer connection rate will increase very much in the future. So the sewer systems have been built. So so these 360,000 people will probably remain unconnected to the sewer systems. What has also come is that the technology will be improved. That's the case. And also what's very interested, many people are already interested in separation, gray water treatment and reuse, black water. And also what is very much done is that naturally rainwater is separated from the black and gray water. So these developments are going on. But as I say, Austria has the advantage that we have a large or high rate of connection that is been done over several years. Just shortly, maybe to the question of how it's financed. It was financed. The municipalities applied to a national fund for financing. They were granted loans, long-term, low-interest loans, which they paid back out of the tariffs. And the payments were then were plowed back into the fund. It was a revolving fund, and so other communities could then apply for funds. And this took place over the time from 1970 to 1995. So in these 25 years, most of the development was made, and using these revolving funds. So, what's the next one? Oh, this is just the acknowledgements. This is the people who gave me the information. So thank you very much for your report, for your attention.
Thank you, Kate, for that presentation. I would like us to stretch a little bit. We stand 1 minute. I can see we are tired and we are getting old. So we can stretch, kidogo, dakika moja. Stretch, before we have our last presentation. Okay, we take back our seats. Si dakika moja imeisha.
Excuse me, I have to
So we take back our seats so that we can have the last presentation. Now, the last presentation is an online presentation. Online presentation. Is it ready? It's ready? Okay, we have an online presentation, and this presentation is being made by, it's going to be a presentation by Padmana Maria. Ania, sorry for that. He is from India. He has a professional experience of over 36 years, so sometimes it becomes very difficult to give a biodata for people who have such length of working life. But I'll try to mention a few things. He has an MBA in infrastructure and a postgraduate in engineering in project management. Padmana is well decorated. Is Army Commander of Central and Western Command and Engineer-in-Chief of Military Engineering Services for his distinguished services. He has experience in teaching. He has headed several organizations. He is also a member of the committee constituted by the Bureau of India Standards on drafting of standards. With this great experience, he has also published several papers and also also participated in the publication of a manuscript for a book on operations research. He has, as I mentioned, he has taught, he has worked in private practice and also worked in the public sector. So with those a few introductory remarks, I want to welcome Mr. Padmana to give us a presentation on on-site domestic wastewater treatment in India. Welcome.
website with firewalls to keep hackers at bay, ongoing malware detection to help prevent threats, threats.
If you're thinking about
ongoing malware detection to help prevent threats.
They will alert us once the system is working so that we have the final presentation. In the meantime, we've had several presentations. And before we did, we broke for lunch, there were some questions that I know some of us wanted to ask. So we have the opportunity to do so before we have the final presentation. So anyone with any questions to the presenters who have already presented?
Thank you, Professor, for the opportunity. My name is Dennis. I come from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. Unfortunately, the questions I wanted to address, the people have gone. But there's one question I think Mr. Wanjoke maybe would try to address if the EcoTreat bacteria is able to break heavy metals from the industrial waste providers. And then I would also like to pose a question to the policy developers, that is KEBS, who are working on the standards, and also the team at WASREB. What policies are you developing in terms of incentivizing industry to manage their wastewater properly? I tried to look for information about wastewater, industrial wastewater here in Kenya, but there is none. Fortunately, over the few years, we've been engaging our members with respect to collecting data on wastewater management. Are there policies about measuring the wastewater or the effluent going into the environment? And if not, or if so, what are your plans on it? In terms of standards, I'm hearing a lot of people talking about reusing, reducing, but I'm not hearing about refusing. Are there any standards about how we can adopt water efficiency technologies so that we use less water and the wastewater becomes less? And what is KEBS doing with respect to having such technologies get into our country? For instance, we can't be having houses being installed, lavatories that flush 10 liters for every flush. So is there anything that you're doing with respect to addressing water efficiency appliances with respect to that? Lucy has left, and the EcoSave has left. I wanted to understand if, EcoSave, yes. So I wanted to, no, it wasn't EcoSave, it was Fresh for Life. Yeah, I wanted to understand if they have any data on the amount of waste that they've converted into briquettes. We are seeing a lot of demand from industries trying to adopt sustainable manufacturing practices, and some of the solutions that are being presented here are able to address that. So probably like maybe the secretariat of this TC to maybe try and address that. Thank you.
Yes, I want to answer that one for about policies. And sorry, when I was referring to the Water Act, in one of the questions that was asked earlier, I should have referred to Section 94, subsection 4 of the Water Act. The one that was referring specifically is now the one that I should be answering your question with. That is section 108, which is talking about the effluent. And it's about the policy that is there is actually guided by the Water Act, which is saying that it is actually the responsibility of the licensee. The licensee in this case is the water company, which is supposed to ensure that any of the effluent, the trained effluent, is actually made sure that before it is discharged to the disposed of to the river or any water course, it is treated to the right proportions. So that is actually the only guide that is there, because it's supposed to be there, and it is guided by, when we are giving you a license, we ensure that this is something that you need to follow. And later now there are inspections that are done to ensure that you are complying with that. Yes. Okay, the waste, yes, of course, it's supposed to be, the waste, you may not necessarily need to measure the volumes, but what you need to measure is the effluent in terms of quality. If the quality is right to release to the environment, that is the guide, which is also given in what we call water quality and effluent guidelines. We have that also. Yeah.
Okay, I would like us to, I'm informed we are ready. I would like us to revert back to the presentation.
The effluent in terms of quality.
I would like us to revert back to the presentation, then we'll have a chance to ask the remaining questions. So just hold on to the questions. We have the presentation, then we do that other session. So, Mr. Badmana, kindly continue with the presentation, and sorry for the interruption. Then we'll have a chance. We have the presentation, then we do that other session. So, Mr. Badmana, kindly continue with the presentation, then we'll have a
and smoke. You out of slumber.
And both in line with the community policy and the policies aligned with the environment. For example, the biodigestor, fuel, but according to each indicator, it is not considered scientific. We have come up with a different method, closely related to biodigestor, as the organism understands. The same biodigestor uses working. So maybe you can explain our if an insect, so now the same biodigestor can be less scientific and aligned with the community.
Can I take the question? Thank you for that question. It is true that the biodigester system wasn't designed for long-term use. Actually, it was used. You've seen the previous presenter talking about the apps, where you go only for 2 months when there's sunshine. And the rest of the year, you leave it to recover. With that in mind, it means what we've done is we have overwhelmed the biodigester because it's not supposed to run 12 months. We don't give it enough time to recover. However, in our research, we found that bacteria that we work with, EcoTreat, is able to break down that sludge, the fine sludge that normally broke the biodigester system. And we are able to extend the life of a biodigester. However, in the design of the biodigester, they eliminate the aeration phase. So our bacteria is not able to survive well in a biodigester. I still have a problem in that word. The constructed concrete, 1 meter cubed, that is completely sealed with no oxygen getting in, does not allow bacteria, our bacteria, which is facultative bacteria, to survive in that. So we normally intervene. We actually break the top. We allow air to get in. And because the reason for them sealing completely is because of odor, our product eliminates odor instantly. So you do not have any problem with the odor, and that breather helps your biodigester become a long-term thing. However, we can be sued for interfering with your contract. If we did that, in the long run, but I would like this to be clear that it is possible to modify the bacteria that you use in your biodigester. Normally they tell you about enzymes. There is no enzyme that can last in a septic tank or in that environment for more than 3 months. So if they were to tell you to use enzymes, then they should give you enough supply of enzymes to last you the long period. Because by the time this guy switches off his phone, your place is smelling, you have a birthday for your kids coming on Saturday, and you don't know where to go. You have to actually hire an event site outside because you are compound. And this is in Lunda. And I'm talking about a CS calling me and telling me I have a birthday for my twins on Saturday, and this place is unlivable. Fortunately, we were able to get there and sort it out because our product will work in 15 minutes. But I don't want to be doing the job of repairing failed biodigesters, which I've actually done for more than 10 years. I would rather we use the standard, get a system that works, and this is a standard we're actually giving to other countries. Ask yourself, what is Zambia doing? What is South Africa doing? They don't have if you don't have it here, you don't have a solution here in Kenya, and the products from Japan are giving us almost the same concept. Why would you think someone else? From the graphics, America is adopting Jokasu. So let's agree that we have a big problem that requires an ISO standard, and that standard should actually address the issues we have. So, but I just can't be modified.
Okay. Thank you. Once again, I'm Leonita from Jokasu Green Limited. You've heard about Jokasu. So we supply and install Jokasu wastewater treatment plants. Now my question. Okay. This is my question. We have the developer of the standards, we have the user of the standards, and we have the regulator or the enforcer. Now to KEBS and WASREB, how do you ensure compliance? To KEBS, how accessible are these standards and are they affordable? We have just heard from Engineer Kate that there are government provided loans. If we are intending for these standards to be useful to us, how are you going to ensure that? Thank you. Yeah, the question was to KEBS and to WASREB.
Okay, okay. There are several questions that have been posed to KEBS, and Prof, I thought maybe we could add those together, all of them, because we are noting them down. Those which are going to the other, to WASREB, they can answer. And,
You will answer as we close. Okay. So WASREB.
Thank you for that good question. How do we ensure compliance? One, we make sure that we have regulations and standards that need to be followed for anything that has been said. Because I've said we actually regulate water companies, various water companies in the country. For them now to operate, they need to be guided by a license. And in the license, we have conditions that are set in that. Meaning, they have to agree, to follow those guidelines, those standards that are set together with the regulations. We have regulations that are already in force, and therefore it means that they need to follow that. Another thing is about capacity building. People need to be aware of what is required of them. Before they are aware, it means they cannot actually work according to what is expected of them. So we do disseminate these guidelines that we have to them, just to make sure that already we make them aware of the issues that they need to comply with. I think that is basically the issue that we do for compliance.
Thank you for that short interlude. We go back to the presentation. I'm told we are now ready. Okay, so with the online presentation, we can continue.
Hello? Hello? Am I audible now?
We can hear you.
Shall I resume?
Continue. Continue.
But Nagabji, can you hear us? You can continue. Okay. There was a lot of echo. Okay. Yeah, I know. So I am resuming the presentation. We have seen the development of several technologies such as sequencing batch reactor, moving bed bioreactor, rotating bioreactor, membrane bioreactor, etc., for addressing the issue of wastewater treatment. Different types of systems are available based on these technologies. However, the challenge lies in scaling up the implementation of these systems over the vast cross-section of population, because it is not possible for the governments alone to do it, considering the magnitude of sources and other constraints. Besides awareness, the force of policy and governance is one important instrument to achieve this objective. Now, many developing countries face rapid urban population growth, leading to various environmental and health challenges. Among the most pressing ones are shortage of potable water and insufficient wastewater treatment. Conventional wastewater treatment systems are often either lacking or have limited coverage, and as a consequence, insufficiently treated or untreated wastewater is released into the environment. One solution to this challenge consists of on-site domestic wastewater treatment systems, as we all are aware, that collect and treat the wastewater near its source of generation. As a result, less wastewater is released into the environment, reducing pollution and increasing hygiene. In addition, the treated wastewater can be reused on the premises for either potable or non-potable purposes, thereby saving freshwater resources. In dealing with water pollution, the freshwater scarcity, on-site treatment and reuse of domestic wastewater has shown to be a promising solution. Bengaluru, which is the state capital of Karnataka, the state of Karnataka in India, which was formerly known as Bangalore, which is also referred to as India's Silicon Valley, home to many information technology industries, has seen a sharp increase in urbanization in recent years due to the booming IT sector. The population of Bengaluru has risen from 1.2 million in 1961 to 2.9 million in 1981, 5.8 million in 2001, 8.4 million in 2011, and 14 million in 2024. In the context of Bengaluru, the estimates put the total wastewater produced by the city is around 1900 million liters per day. Out of this, more than 63% is treated in centralized treatment plants and only 13% by decentralized treatment plants, while 24% goes untreated. This slide shows the water balance in Bengaluru. If we talk of freshwater source, 52% of the fresh water comes from Kaveri River, 48% comes from bore wells. The consumption is 72% of water is consumed by domestic consumers, 25% is consumed by commercial and establishments and industries, and around 2% is used up by construction activities. And if we talk of distribution, 54% of the fresh water is distributed by municipal authority and 46% is distributed by private parties. If we talk of treatment, 63% of wastewater generated in the city is treated in centralized STPs, 13% in decentralized STPs, and 24%. On the downstream side, 72% of water goes to natural lakes and 28% to irrigation projects. Now, how to address the challenges? To address the challenges posed by this ever-increasing population and rising demand of potable water, there is a need for policy intervention by the government. The United Nations Commission on Sustainable Development has also emphasized that governments have a primary role in promoting improved access to safe drinking water and basic sanitation through improved governance at all levels and appropriate enabling environments and regulatory frameworks with the active involvement of all stakeholders. Now, if public and private solutions are incorporated into this process, the water sector becomes more productive and the management of water resources becomes more sustainable. In the above backdrop, the government has mandated the installation of on-site water treatment systems for the following building types in both unsewered and sewered areas in Bengaluru with effect from January 2016. Residential buildings, 20 or more apartments, or having an area of more than 2,000 square meter. Commercial buildings having an area of more than 2,000 square meter, and education buildings having an area of more than 5,000 square meter. An amendment to this regulation has been issued on 21st February 18 that exempted the buildings located in sewer network areas from installation of STPs. That is, all buildings located in sewer areas will not be requiring STPs. However, later on, a holistic review of the above provision was carried out by the government, and these provisions were further amended with effect from March 2024. A distinction has been made for the buildings constructed before the issue of the notification with those constructed after the issue of this notification. Now, for buildings which are constructed before the notification, for sewered areas, the STP is not mandatory. And for unsewered areas, STP is mandatory for more than 20 apartments, 2,000 square meters for residential buildings, and more than 2,000 square meters for commercial buildings, more than 5,000 square meters for education buildings, and 10 acres of new townships. For the building constructed after the issue of the first notification, for sewered areas, STP is mandatory for more than 120 apartments or 80 KLD of sewage for residential buildings, more than 5,000 square meter or 35 KLD of sewerage for commercial and education buildings, and 10 acres or more for new townships, which is approximately 4,000 square meter, 40,000 square meter of townships. For unsewered areas, more than 20 apartments or 2,000 square meter. And for commercial buildings, more than 2,000 square meter. And for education building, more than 5,000 square meter. And new townships, more than 10 acres of area. Now, these notifications have been shown in a pictorial form in a summary. This is a copy of notification. Just I have flashes for the information of all. Now, user acceptance of on-site system is an important aspect, as the users were mandated to install the systems and have not voluntarily taken this decision. Thus, without user acceptance, the mandate itself is not sufficient to ensure that on-site systems are successfully implemented and reliably operated, monitored and maintained. A key reason for low user acceptance might be that they also entail costs and risks to be borne particularly by the users. These include monetary costs of investment and operation, time and responsibility spent on operation, monitoring and maintenance, health or financial risk in case of system failure. An important predictor of user acceptance might not be so much be the objective costs, risk and benefit of the systems as estimated by experts, but rather how they are perceived by the users. And more specifically, perceived costs, risk and benefits explain acceptance of the technology. Due to the mandate, most users in Bengaluru originally became users because they were mandated to install the on-site system, not because they voluntarily decided to do so. At the same time, most non-users did not actively decide against installing an on-site system. In the current mandate, all buildings are exempt as it is more efficient and more beneficial for the environment if an on-site system treats the larger wastewater amount of a bigger building than of a smaller building. Yet, it is possible that the mandate will be expanded and cover smaller buildings too. Moreover, even if people preferred an on-site system, those living in apartment buildings could not take this decision individually, as on-site systems are only available for entire buildings and not for single apartments, and the authority to install a system at the building level rests solely with the residents association of that respective building. Yet, current non-users may become mandated users in future. For example, if the mandate is expanded to cover more buildings, for example, smaller ones, for when non-users move into a building that is covered by the current mandate. Talking of the costs, capital costs for apartment complexes built after the imposition of the mandate, the systems are assumed by the builders. Builder focus to minimize the capital cost. Therefore, there is a great possibility that suboptimal technologies could be utilized by the builders to minimize their capital costs. For apartment complexes built before the imposition of the mandate, that need to be retrofit on-site systems, installation costs assumed directly by the apartment owners. OMM costs comprises of electricity costs, salaries of operating personnel, cost of water quality analysis, replacement of system parts. The responsibility of OMM is in principle assumed by residents may outsource OMM by hiring. Time for OMM work is usually outsourced. Residents invest time for strategic discussions and decision making, for example, to decide on change in the treatment technology, but do not personally implement these operations. Depending on the implemented technology, on-site systems can be placed on ground floor, in the underground below, or next to the apartment complexes, independent construction in the setback area. Odor nuisance can be a result of inadequate system design, poor OMM, or inadequate ventilation, especially insufficient aeration during the treatment process, or an inappropriate location of the on-site system can be a source of odor. If we talk of noise nuisance, it can be caused by pumps and blowers, but noise nuisance is usually low as the treatment systems are mostly placed below the apartment complexes or in independent constructions in the setback area. It is higher when the systems are placed on the ground floor. Impaired visual appearance of water. Depending on the implemented technology and operation of the on-site system, the treated water can be slightly colored and may contain particles. Risks. Health risk. Inefficient removal of pathogens from the wastewater due to inadequately designed technologies, inadequate OM, or due to treatment disruptions can lead to health risk for the users. Ingestion of treated wastewater is possible either during routine ingestion, for example, through aerosol formation during toilet flushing, cross connection, or during accidental consumption of non-potable water. Environmental risk. There is a risk of pollution of the groundwater of the water bodies through insufficiently removed pathogens and heavy metals when the water is used for irrigation or when surplus water is released to the stormwater drains. Financial risk. Technologies are usually selected by builders with a focus on optimizing installation costs rather than the long-term OMM costs and efficacy of the system. Residents bear the financial risk for repair, replacement of systems, parts, or entire systems, especially when technologies are not designed for long time or are inadequate fit for the specific purpose and context. Risk of water shortage. Many buildings that are not connected to the sewer system are not connected to the pipe system because of the regulation, and water system either and rely on groundwater. In case of a system failure, users might face a temporary water shortage until they receive water from other sources. Talking the benefits, less wastewater is discharged into the environment, less environmental pollution as a reduced amount of untreated wastewater is discharged in the environment. The environmental pollution is of course reduced. Financial benefit for the city: first, reduced need for intensive sewerage and centralized wastewater treatment infrastructure. Second, reduced cost for freshwater provision due to the use of treated water for non-potable applications. Now, increased water security for the city because of the reduced consumption of groundwater and river water due to the use of treated wastewater for non-potable applications. Increased water security for users. In case of a disruption of the fresh water supply, users of on-site system may have a higher water scarcity, water security because of the stock they are having. Financial benefit for the city: firstly, to reduce need for capital intensive sewerage and centralized sewage wastewater treatment infrastructure. Second, reduced cost for freshwater provision due to use of treated wastewater for non-potable application. increased water security for the city, reduced consumption of groundwater and river water due to the use of treated wastewater for non-potable consumption. Increased water security for the users. In case of a disruption of fresh water supply, users of on-site system may have a higher water security, and facilitated accessibility of water 24-hour non-potable water supply, because treated water is stored in tanks and always available. Financial benefit for the users, reduced expenses for fresh water, especially for household depending on expensive tanker water and during the dry season. As you are aware, as I have already told, around 50% of the water is supplied by private players, mostly through water tankers. So this is a key issue. Positive image of users. Users of on-site systems may be perceived as being innovative and environmentally and socially conscious. Even with a mandate, a successful and sustainable implementation of the technology, including reliable operation, monitoring, and maintenance, depends on the acceptance, that is positive expression of the technology that is used by prospective users. Perceived costs, risks, and benefits of the respective technology are key predictors of acceptance of any technology. Now, further contemplating to broaden the ambit to include individual houses for providing on-site wastewater treatment system. This is a copy of a statement given by the chairperson of BMW SSB, Bangalore Municipal Water Supply and Sewerage Board. This was published in the newspaper recently. These are the references which have been used by me for making this presentation. I've finished. Thank you so much. 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 Thank you so much.
Time check. We have gone beyond our scheduled time. It's already 4:17. So I will allow two very burning questions, two only. If there are none, the better. Two burning questions. If there are none, better. Okay, so it seems there are none. So a comment.
Yeah, this is a gentleman who asked about whether it is possible to remove heavy metals from industry waste using biological method. The answer is no. Chromium will not change its character whether it is in a nutrient broth or in another setup. So it's not possible, but you may be surprised how little that heavy metal is. When you think of a ternary, the part that separates chromium handles a very small proportion of the ternary activity. So you can actually be able to reduce heavy metal pollution by isolating your system, such that not all the water that runs through your industry goes to the sewer line. You can actually recover or reprocess that water for other uses. Biological systems deal with what is natural. Again, there's an engineer who asked about what happens to chemicals like antibiotics. If they are natural, they will be broken down by bacteria. If they are artificial, and that is what is most common, because people who want to sell to you chemicals, they must make it artificial for them to be able to exploit it. So normally that particular chemical you are calling an antibiotic may be not natural by nature of it being manufactured by man. Thank you.
And I want to close with that, those comments. Sorry for that. I think you've spoken a lot today. Allow me to close the presentation at that point. You want to respond or you want to at the end? You still have an opportunity? you want to respond now? Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for all the presentations and for the audience and for the way we have engaged today. And we look forward to further engagement and improving our systems and our processes as KEBS. There were some few questions. I may not have picked all of them. And if Jane, I didn't pick all of them, you can remind me. One of them is what KEBS and the regulators are doing to promote the use of efficient water appliances in the country. I like the response which was given by WASREP. There are two things. There's one called a standard, which is a technical document. And then there's another document, which is called a regulation or a legislation. Those two documents work hand in hand, and they are different. A standard is a technical document, and unless it is converted into a regulation through either a legal notice or through referencing in a standard, it remains a technical document for reference. That may sound a bit controversial, but that is the truth of the matter. So, KEBS, we are working with the regulators to develop the standards. One of the examples which I can give, and the name is here, is we had a standard for plastic bags, carrier bags. That was a technical document which was being implemented by or enforced by NEMA. At some point, NEMA issued a regulation banning the use of plastic bags. What did KEBS do? We withdrew the standard for plastic bags because we cannot have a standard that contravenes a regulation or a legislation. That is why I'm saying we work hand in hand with the regulators. Another example I can give is there is a regulation which I think was issued by the Ministry of Energy that above a certain threshold of power consumption in either residential or commercial areas, you must install renewable energy. So what did KEBS, what did we do as KEBS? We came up with the standards addressing solar panels, addressing the backup batteries, addressing the wind energy and all that. We're supposed to make sure that if you are building a house that I think it's above 5 kVA consumption, you have a renewable energy source installed. That is the Ministry of Energy. The standards are there, which talk about the solar panels, the batteries, and all that. So it is the Ministry of Energy and other agencies who are supposed to make sure that when you are building that commercial, residential building, you must install a renewable energy. So what am I saying? We have standards. We have the standards for appliances. We have those for systems. And I'm challenging Jenia, you need to revise that standard. It's old. I think it's 1996. And I think the technologies have changed. We need to keep abreast and revise that standard if something has changed, so that now that standard can be implemented and enforced, so that anything coming to this country, if it doesn't meet the requirements of the standard for the system, cannot be allowed in. And also, the regulators should be at hand to assist. And also IEK, most of you here, I had registered engineer, professional engineer, consulting engineers. When you are doing your buildings, those who are doing the construction, do you refer to standards? Or you just go and tell the person, go to the market, bring a cistern, a toilet, I'll fit for you. Or you leave it to a plumber
who is not even trained, and that building, you claim you are the one who supervised everything in that building. So we need to work hard in hard. The professional organizations like IEK should be promoting the use of standards. When we come to even the technologists, they should be promoting the use of standards and all that. We are doing one exercise as Kenya Bureau of Standards. We are carrying out an analysis of the socio-economic benefits of standards in Kenya, tied together with another one on a study on the referencing of standards in regulations. And what I can tell you, we have realized that out of the 123 regulators, only 57% refer to standards. Those are only regulators. We have not gone to professional bodies and others. So if 43% of the regulators have not referenced a standard, you can see the uptake of standards is not that high. At 57, I'm not proud as KEBS to say that we have reached somewhere when it comes to absorption of standards. The regulators should be at the forefront of referencing these standards, and then the practitioners like you, the engineers, you should be at the forefront of enforcing the standards and making sure there is uptake. The IEK, Engineer Kilatia there, you are in the board of IEK. How many standards does IEK tried to make sure that the uptake is done by the professionals in the engineering sector? That's, I don't want an answer, but it's a challenge, okay? We have seen, for example, like when Frederick was giving the presentation, I saw some referencing to some regulations, the EU and whatever, and they reference some standards maybe. That is the kind of thing we want to see, so that there is uptake of standards, and then that way we will have efficient appliances that save water. Again, I told you I'm an electrical engineer, so I'll go back to energy efficiency. When you go to the market today to buy an air conditioner, to buy a refrigerator, you see the energy label. That energy label, there is a standard developed by Kenya Bureau of Standards and the stakeholders, which is being implemented by IPRA. So for any appliance to come to this country, that there is an energy efficient, they're called the MEPS, minimum energy performance standards, they must meet that, and they must have that label. So you can see that synergy between the regulators and Kenya Bureau of Standards. Our part is the technical. We do the technical. Where we can enforce, like the product standards, we do enforce because of a legal notice that was issued to make sure that all products meet Kenya standards. So for products we may, but for services like the ones we are talking about, we are calling upon NEMA, WASREP, and others to make sure that they reference these standards and enforce these standards, make sure that they're complied with. I think I've answered. When it comes, there was a question of why we have a standard for biodigesters. I saw we have one, or we don't have one. Okay. Why we would have a standard for biodigesters? Nobody has banned biodigesters in this country, the so-called biodigesters. Now, the users, the technical people can use the right term, because biodigester could be a marketing. For example, everybody today talks of Cabro. Do you know Cabro is a trade name? If you search for a standard for Cabro, you will not find a standard for Cabro, because that is a trade name by, is it Bamburi Special Products? Yeah? Which should be even, it is a trade name, a trademark which should be protected, okay? But everybody today talks of Cabro. If you wanted a standard for Cabro, you go to, is it paving blocks? Or we call them what? Concrete paving blocks. That is the term used, all right? So, even this biodigester, if that is a trade name for that company, calling it a biodigester, and the development of the standard gives it another name, that is the name we are going to use as the technical name for that, okay? To meet the performance requirement of that particular product. So we cannot say we are banning or we are not going to come up with a standard for the biodigester. It's only the term which may change to describe that product, and then we describe the performance requirement of that product. If it lasts for 5 years, it doesn't mean it is an illegal product, isn't it? Because not all products last forever, isn't it? Even spare parts for vehicles, you go to change after several kilometers. You change the oil after every, is it 5,000, 7,000 kilometers? We cannot say you put the oil once until that vehicle dies. That is it dies with the oil. You change. That's why we have the standards for the oil, engine oils and the like. So we cannot, if that product is not harmful and it can serve a purpose, as long as it describes that and the standard describes the performance of that product, there's no harm in having that standard, unless NEMA bans and says the biodigester, or even WASREP, because they are polluting the environment, as we were told, which we are yet to prove, then WASREP can ban it. You get, but not KEBS, right? Affordability of standards. I don't know how many of you have ever tried to buy an ISO standard and tell us the price of an ISO standard. Yeah? Madam, have you bought an ISO standard? Just go to iso.org, go to the web store, and check the price of a standard for the product you are talking about. Compare with, go to the KEBS web store and check the price. It will be maybe 100th of the cost. So we cannot even recover the cost of developing a standard. This team here, which is doing this, like now we are here, we are developing that standard, isn't it? We are revising the standards. How much are we going to spend as KEBS? Yeah, paying this hotel for this workshop, which is part of the revision of the standard. We cannot even recover. So it is what? I cannot call it cost recovery. It's goodwill. That's what I would call it. Goodwill from the industry when they give that token, because our standards range from around 2,000, 3,000, like this one could, the ones we are talking about here could be 3,000 Kenya shillings. But if you are to buy the ISO itself, will go into more than 50,000, isn't it? Yeah, it will cost you more than 50,000. But once we adopt it, like you saw, KS ISO, that's why I will encourage you, when you have a standard, and then you want to use that standard, let's domesticate it. By domesticating is, we adopt it as a Kenya standard. And that can only come from you, the industry. You tell us this standard, we need to use it. It is fit for us. Then we'll subject it to the process of adoption. It is adopted, gazetted as a KS ISO. The price comes down to less than a tenth of the ISO standard. I'm giving you a secret, yeah? Instead of buying the ISO standard, bring it down. But when you tell us to buy for you, the ISO standard, we will do it at that 50,000 Kenya standard, all right? So I think I've answered all the questions, unless there is one which I may have forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mwathe. I think you have comprehensively answered the questions that were raised by the audience today. I think the only thing you forgot to tell them is that they are welcome to visit the library, which is at KEBS, and I think I'll do that. You're welcome to visit the library where the standards are, and be able to, interact with the librarian, who can then guide on what needs to be done to acquire them. So at this juncture then, I would want to bring this workshop to a close by saying that on-site wastewater treatment is not only a development country's issue. It's a worldwide issue, as you've seen from the presentations from Austria, India, and from Japan. We sometimes assume that it's the developing countries that have on-site wastewater management issues. But as you can see, the issues are all over, and the technologies are being applied to all the places around the world. Key issues that I've been able to get from this workshop, I'll just mention them. Innovation and technology has been one of the issues that has been raised. We need to innovate. We need to move with the times. There are many technologies out there, and they are limitless where we are having on-site wastewater treatment. The issue of operation and maintenance has been highlighted by the presenters this morning and afternoon, and has been one of the key issues that has been raised. Financing and affordability is one of the other issues that I have picked from the presentations that we've had today. Finally, the issue of partnership. Partnering between the government agencies, the NGOs, the private sector is key when it comes to the issues of handling of waste, be it on-site or whichever waste that we are dealing with. With those remarks then, I wish to thank all the presenters that have presented today, the morning session, the afternoon session. I want to thank you all for giving us insights on the issues that we requested you to, and I believe the audience has had an opportunity to learn a lot from your presentations. And for ourselves, the listeners, I want to thank you for opening your ears and being very keen. The questions that were raised showed that we were very keen on listening and following up with the presentation, and we cannot just assume, because without you, then the presenters would have had no one to present to. So I want to thank you all for coming, for listening, for asking those very insightful questions, and I believe we have all learned something. At this point then, I would request the acting director of NEMA to give us the closing remarks.
Maybe I could stand here. Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Marian Kioko. I work for NEMA as a senior principal compliance officer, but here I am here on behalf of the Director General, who was not able to be with us today, but I'm going to make the remarks on his behalf. I really also want to apologize that we were not able to join you early in the morning. It's the beginning of the year. We have a bit of a number of meetings trying to strategize and start off well, so we really apologize for that. But from the few presentations I've listened to, that was quite useful, and I want to believe we will also have an opportunity to see the presentations and also learn a lot from them. So as NEMA is the National Environment Management Authority, which has the mandate of coordinating and supervising all matters environment, and of course ensuring pollution prevention. And of course wastewater is one of the sources of pollution to the environment, and so this is also key for us. So I want to just make a comment before I read the closing remarks. Someone had asked, and of course, like KEBS has already said, we have the water quality regulations which provide standards for discharge to the environment under the 3rd schedule, and the standards for discharge to public sewer under the 5th schedule. So just to answer a question that had been asked about the standards. So we have a standard for discharge, separate for discharge to the direct to the environment, and discharge to the public sewer. So there's a standard that has to be achieved before even discharging to the standards, to the public sewer. So I want to say all protocols observed. Now that I am not privy to who is here, I want to say all protocols observed. and on behalf of the DG NEMA, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to preside over the closing ceremony of this important workshop on on-site domestic wastewater management. NEMA is the national designated authority that is tasked with the responsibility of ensuring the environment is protected. This is through the provision of pollution prevention of land, air, and water, among other responsibilities. To guide in this, the authority developed the Environmental Management and Coordination Water Quality Regulations of 2006, which were revised in 2024. So we have a revised version for November 2024, which is available on our website. The water quality regulations require every county government or person operating a wastewater treatment system to be issued with an annual effluent discharge license. Discharge of wastewater into the environment is guided by standards and monitoring guides for discharge into the environment, which is provided under regulation. There are also schedules in the regulation. With rapid urban development, wastewater management poses a threat to environmental protection. Currently, only about 29% of the population in Kenya has improved sanitation. It is therefore imperative that wastewater management is given priority within the national development agenda in order to safeguard the environment and human health. For such efforts to succeed, there is need to ensure that wastewater systems are efficient in treating, disposing wastewater from residential, commercial, community establishment, particularly in areas that are unsewered. On-site wastewater treatment systems are cost-effective and environmentally friendly. They can go a long way in solving wastewater management problems in rural areas and informal settlements that are not served by the municipal sewerage systems. NEMA is committed to supporting innovations that contribute to effective wastewater management and remains committed to ensuring that our environment is conserved for the present and the future generations. Without access to safe water and sanitation, we cannot ensure health, dignity, and equality for all, and neither can we protect our environment. Implementation of water-related SDGs is critical for ensuring the access to water and sanitation for all is achieved. It is my hope that the technologies and innovations that have been discussed in this forum will be explored so that we can support our effort in environmental protection. NEMA will continue to work and collaborate with KEBS and other relevant lead agencies in an effort to ensure sustainable development for our country. The authority also commits to offer any technical regulatory direction on this matter as may be required. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor and pleasure on behalf of the Director General NEMA to declare this international workshop on ISO TC 224WG8 officially closed. Thank you.
We will close with a word of prayer. We will close with a word of prayer.
Before we pray, I just want to remind you about my feedback forms. I'm waiting. I've received 10 only. So even as you go back, maybe some of us don't have access to their emails. You can still send. I will receive them tomorrow. Let us pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we are thankful for a good day that you gave us, O Lord. Thank you for the strength and the energy to wait up to the end. Father, we don't take it for granted. And now as we dispatch to go back to our various places, oh God, we pray that you will be with us. May you protect us and hide us under your wings, oh God. We thank you and we glorify you. The knowledge that we have gained here, O King of Glory, we are thankful and we pray that it will help us improve in our areas of working, oh God, and your name shall be glorified. It is in Jesus' name we pray and believe. There is tea outside here. It's ready.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure, and innovate for a sustainable future. Today, KEBS plays a critical role in achieving SDG 9, promoting sustainable industrialization, resilient infrastructure. Would we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development? KEBS sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards that have made the Made in Kenya a mark of trust and excellence. Together we build a nation that is committed to sustainable growth and quality.
In agriculture, KEBS ensures that every product reaching your table is safe and meets global standards for sustainability and quality. Kenyan farmers now export globally with confidence, knowing our standards represent trust and innovation.
KEBS empowers industries to adopt cutting-edge technologies. We set standards that drive sustainable industrialization and global competitiveness.
In construction, every road, bridge, and building adheres to standards that promote resilience and sustainable infrastructure. In healthcare, standards ensure that every hospital and clinic provides safe, reliable care, meeting both local and international benchmarks.
Let us celebrate our people. They are the heart of KEBS. Their dedication and commitment ensures standards foster innovation and protects the future of Kenyan industries.
As Kenya grows, so do our standards. KEBS ensures that every product, whether local or global, meets the highest standards for sustainability, quality, and innovation. Standards are the backbone of Kenya's innovation, driving clean energy solutions, modern infrastructure, and sustainable industrial growth in line with SDG 9. The next 50 years depend on our commitment to standards that inspire trust, drive innovation, and secure Kenya's future prosperity. Let's celebrate 50 years of standards. Let's celebrate KEBS. Let's celebrate a Kenya that thrives on quality and innovation.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni mwakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata.
For 50 years, the Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, has laid the foundation for progress, helping Kenya grow its industries, build its infrastructure, and innovate for a sustainable future. Today, KEBS plays a critical role in achieving SDG 9, promoting sustainable industrialization, resilient infrastructure, and innovation in Kenya. From the food we serve our families to the infrastructure that drives our development, KEBS sets the standards that secure our future.
Let us celebrate the 50 years of standards.